What's going on, ladies and gents? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all you fine folks out there. Let's get this thing fired up. Let's get it popping. How is everybody doing this evening or whatever time zone you may be in? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Oh, there I am. There I am. What is going on? Let's see, the audio kicks in over here on this end. What's going on, ladies and gents? There we go. All right. What is happening out there? See, all the usual suspects are in there. That's awesome. I don't know if there's something on my camera or what that is. I just noticed that. Maybe that's what's messing up the darn camera. So what is happening? Corey's in there. Renee Cruz is in there. Phil C. What's going on, Phil? Bush Corey's in there. Mr. Pete Ferrero's in there. Marcel Seifert, I guess it would be. Martin T. He says, hey. Elaine's in there. What's going on, Elaine? He said, hi, Chris and everyone. Hope you're all doing well. I'm doing well. I hope everybody is too. Third Eye Open's in there. Enrico's in there. Viglione. Can you dig it? Hee hee hee. Reminds me of, what was that name of that movie back in the day? Warriors. Remember that way back in the day? I think it came out in the 80s or something like that. And, yeah, can you dig it, suckers? Let me see here. It seems like my audio's down a little bit, isn't it? 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, hello. I guess it's not too bad. Maybe that's a little higher. Maybe that'll help. Oh, yeah. Let's turn it up just a hair bit more. Let's see what we got here. Testing 1, 2. That sound okay, folks? All right. Jerry Lahane says thumbs, toes, tentacles, paws up, 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 up. I like that. Let's get it done. Friday, let's partay. Daniel Lee, what's going on? Hi, good evening. All hope everyone's had a great week. Looking forward to a great hangout this evening. Hope you're all good. Chris, brilliant video before. Danny, what's going on, Danny? Yeah, like I said, I just put this one up. What was it, about an hour before this? You can see I didn't put one on Monday. I kind of fell behind. You know, you get busy, things get in the way, you know how that goes. So what I do is I still try to get the 3 like I try to do, and trying to get I'm going to start doing the 4 like I was doing before, you know, to give you more content, because I still have stuff backed up in the Photoshop type thing. So we want to definitely get that cranking, you know what I'm saying? John Shop wants the band. Which band would that be? JD, what's going on? He said, hello, Chris and everyone. What's going on, JD? Mimi Reacts is in there. Clive Cussler says, watching and listening from the other side of the pond with great enthusiasm. Well, I appreciate that, Clive. Hope you're doing well on the other side of the pond there. Hope the weather's doing well. You know, I think it's been going crazy lately. Yesterday we had winds. It wasn't too bad. It was only like 25, 30 miles an hour gust. Some places got like 50. But prior 2 days, you know, prior to yesterday, we were talking 70 and 68 degrees. And then all of a sudden now it's like, right now at this time, at 4:09 p.m. Eastern time, it's 37 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's a little bit of a contrast. Yeah, you feel that when you go outside too. Bush Corey says, I'm on a guitar. Oh, that's awesome. Ricardo Petrazzi, what's going on? He says, hello, hello. What's going on, Ricardo? Good to see you in there. John Shop, I bet Chris is wearing his NASA outfit. Shh, it's underneath the hoodie. Shh, don't say nothing. I've got a mission right after this. Mike Knapp, what's going on, brother? Good to see you in there. What is happening? Got the thumbs up. Renee V, what's happening? Says hello, Chris and chat. What's going on, Renee? Good to see you in there. John Shop, Chris is having a poo. No, that was earlier. I'm good now. JD says, fave show and the TV listing. Yeah, I'd rather be watching something. Like I said before, I'd rather be watching something or even pay for something that I'm really enthusiastic about. You know, you can watch TV, you can have all this stuff, and it just, I don't know how to explain it. The only time I watch TV is if I got to watch the weather, thinking, oh, okay, I got an event coming up, I'm going to be outside with the family. I'll watch the weather. You get tired of hearing all the negativity, right? It's just absolutely crazy. So I prefer not to. So like I said before, I like to watch channels like, that you folks like to watch. I'm not the only channel that a lot of you folks watch. You watch a lot more others, which is awesome. You get yourself a nice wide variety of stuff to watch, and that's what it's all about. And if you want, you support the channels, because to me the content is a lot better than what you'd see on the frickin' TV. I mean, it isn't worth the crap. But it was funny, my daughter, come to think of it, she says, hey, I'll give you my password to, what was it, HBO Max. I said, why would I want that? When I had cable and satellite years ago, I hated it then. And so I said, okay, let me check it out. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it changed. Nope. Same old boring shit. I'm going, okay, this is stuff back in the 80s and 90s. Why would I want to watch this garbage? Why anybody pays for that junk is beyond me. Netflix, kind of borderline. But other than that, no. I've got a NVIDIA Shield. I got 2 of those. And I've got a movie app on. I can watch movies right now that are in the theater. Like I watched, what was it? What the heck was it? The new Moon video. Movie, rather. Moonfall. And, I've just sat there, just chilled and watched it and, 60-inch TV. It's not the biggest TV around, and I don't care because I don't want it over too big. Because there's a formula for that, how far you're looking, sitting away from it, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, so I watch all the movies, and if I want, I can watch some series through the same app. I can watch it through the Netflix, which I don't pay for either. The family's always like, oh, yeah, take this, try it out. I was like, But, like I said, I've been watching The 100 on there. I've been binging on that. Still got a ways to go, in fact. I think I'm on season 4. I think episode 2. Got a long way to go. Heck, I think there's like 11 seasons of some crap. No. Well, it came out in 2014, so do the math, right? So what is it, like 8 years or something? Got a ways to go. But still, they're only like 41 minutes long without the commercials, so not too bad. But I can't stand just paying for anything. My TVs, I got like an antenna on the roof, amplified, goes to 4 TVs in the house, so local, you can see a lot of local channels, but that's the extent of it. I don't pay for that trash. It's not even worth it. It's not even worth it. Bush Corey said, love the new video, Chris. It looks like engine parts like a Crash Bro. Well, I don't know about you folks, and I don't know if Oli had seen the newest video because I just put it out. It literally looks like if I was to take you and drop you in the middle of a war-torn city, you're literally walking through the streets, and this is what it reminds me of when it's fully enhanced, color or otherwise, if I do it the black and white. It literally looks like you can walk around, you can see stuff that's just come down from structures all the way around you. I don't care if it's on a 4-way intersection, it kind of looks like that. It's just really weird. And that's the impression I got. And the more you bring this stuff out and just pop it out of there, there's junk everywhere. And like I said in the video, I actually tackled this a while back. I think it was, oh boy. When did this come out? Was it in 2016, this photo? I believe it was 2016. I could be wrong. But like I said, there's a couple people already brought it out. One was Martine Graney. And there was actually 2 or 3 other people, but I mentioned a couple. And so they come out with it first, and of course everybody jumped on it because there's no way that giant item on the top right was natural. There's too many details in that thing. So, I tackled it, everybody else jumped on it, but I decided to really, really pull this photo apart. And the amount of stuff in there, again, it just reinforces what I believe. Absolutely, they're there for a civilization that was on Mars. Simple as that. Now, whether there is or isn't anyone or anything alive on there we can only speculate. Now, I think we have at least flying and crawling things on the ground, whether it be just insects or whatever, and it could very well be actual beings on the planet as well, right? So, but it literally looks as if, and I've seen plenty of these, movies where you see like, they go back into a city, it's been completely blown to pieces, and all you see, it looked just like that, like a war zone. Am I right or am I wrong here, folks? What were you seeing there? Claire Mead, what's happening? You said hi, Chris and everyone. No, I didn't, Ricardo. You said anyone catch a doc journalist on Wednesday night? No, I sure haven't. Oh, let me see this real quick. Please excuse me for a minute, folks. Oops. All right. My apologies again. Great for All says, hello, everyone. What's going on, Great for All? Good to see you in there. I got to try to get this other monitor slid over there. That's why I can move this one closer. What do you think? I'm like... Kurt Urbanus, what's happening? We are not alone in the universe. Albert Einstein. Oh, yeah, totally believe that. MG Toe, what's happening? Good to see you in there. Say great big thumbs up, everyone. Or people. Liberty. Well, Renee, looks like somebody knows your name. Walt Corbin. What's going on, Walt? Good to see you in there. Elaine M says, was my birthday. Tuesday just gone. I got another nice red velvet gluten-free cupcake with my name on it for this evening with an Icelandic hot chocolate. Nice. Well, happy birthday. Well, belated, but happy birthday anyway. That's awesome. What's going on, Corey? William Johnson's in there. Somebody liked the comment I left. I get notices on that. Yeah, which is really weird because sometimes you guys say, well, I didn't get a notice for this live or one of the videos that come out, which is really strange. That's why I always tell people, well, make sure you just, just sub again if it says, oh, just sub, and then of course click on that little bell and click or tick the little box that says, I guess it's everything or all notifications or whatever it says. That's the best way. Sometimes you can unsub and then do it again, and then this way here, I don't know if you want to call it refresh, but either way, it seems to work for some people. I don't know. Oh, Corbin says, I love this channel because I feel in my soul E.T. blew Mars to hell. Well, I mean, it's either that or they blew themselves to hell, right? One of the two. Which, either way is a sad situation, right? Because it's kind of like if it was the other way around and they were looking at our planet and coming to visit with their rovers and stuff like that and seeing what's left over ours, you can't help but to go, oh, that's sad. You hate to see something like that. Go on now if you was not in the live chat. Give it a thumbs up. Alien Tenno, what's happening? Good to see you there, man. Say hi, Chris. Hi, chat. Samantha Morris is in there. Hello, Samantha. How are you? Mimi reaction. Your question was, does anyone where I can find the Mars picture of Rami Bar? Okay. He has a YouTube channel but hasn't updated it in years. Yeah, he has... he literally I think he just puts them on there, just posts them on there. He really doesn't actually, I don't think he has a Facebook anymore. He was on there for quite a while and for some years, and then all of a sudden he just kind of vanished off of it. So I don't know what the deal was with that. Maybe he just got sick of all the crap, always negativity and whatever else is on there, whatever. But he still has photos. He still puts them out. And then a lot of them they just reoccur. They just, people bring them back because they're actually really good finds, right? And like I said, Rami Ba was just one of the ones that had seen that very photo. I think he's one of the first ones to actually enhance it. And then, of course, so did Martine Graney, so they get the credit for this as far as bringing the photo forward. And like I said, I tackled it some years back and then decided to really rip it to pieces this time in this latest video. And to me, it just, boom, it just, like I said, it reinforces the belief that 110% or 1,000,000% that there was or was and is maybe life on Mars. So yeah. Mr. Limey Watcher, what's going on? Good to see you in there. Let's see. CJ Arnold, what's happening? Finally, I noticed where's my coffee and green? Great start to a Saturday. I'm sorry. Morning. Just ticked past 7:30 a.m. with my mates here. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So 7:30. You must be. Where the heck are you at? What are you in Australia, New Zealand? CJ. Oh, let's see. Oh, this thing just jumped on me here. Well, it says smash them like buttons. Bam, hit it. Well, they're saying now, I'm glad you brought that up, Great For All. You said something will hit the moon on March 4th, but what is it really? Now they're saying it's one of China's rockets. It's not SpaceX's after all. They can't identify their own rockets? Don't they have like computers on these? So it's like I have an identification beep or tone or something of that sort? I just find it hard to believe that, oh, our mistake, it's actually China's rocket, not SpaceX's. They don't know the difference. Now, somebody did make a great point. They said this, I think it was the latest or the last moon video I had done, where they said, hey, Chris, is it possible, because we were talking about that rocket hitting, at the time we thought it was SpaceX, that is it possible that things are in a little bit more outer orbit around Earth, that they could make it to the moon, and that's what we're seeing. Some of these things on the moon could be right here from Earth and had gone over to the moon. Sure, that's a great possibility. I don't know about a 20-mile craft, though. I don't think we're going to find that on there. Oh, I don't think we've built that yet. It's a possibility, but I don't know. You know, when I see these things, I go, sure, why not? It's a great possibility. Now, again, we can't confirm it. We can't, vet it, so we don't know. But it was a good comment. I'm glad they said what they said, because they're like, yeah, maybe it's something, maybe some of the stuff we have. Maybe they're taking it themselves and they're just kind of pushing it out into space more, so that the moon could draw it in, and of course, you just crash the moon. Maybe that's their way of getting rid of the orbiting trash, right? I hope that's not the case. It's kind of stupid if you think about it. Alusta, what's happening? It says, hi all. I hope I'm even pronouncing that right. It looks like Alusta. Is it Alusta or Alusta? Let's see. Oops. I hate when this thing jumps here. And it sure did. It sure did. Wow. Oh my God, I guess it did. Good Lord. Mars Leaks, what's going on? He said, a little late. He said, howdy, folks. Well, you're not too bad. Even I got on a few minutes late. My one black cat. I've got one of those. I actually had two of those. He said 84 degrees here in Miami. Yeah, I was looking at that earlier. It's like upper 70s to low 80s in a lot of those places. So you must live south or in that area next to Punta Gorda on the Gulf Coast. Coast, rather, I'm sorry. Ricardo says, no NASA uniform this evening, Chris? Not until after. Then I got a mission. Oh, you guys didn't hear that. Anyway, no, not today. Yeah, like I said, we got hammered yesterday with the storms, and it was like wee hours of the morning. It was really, really windy. Cameron, what's happening? He said, how are you, Chris? I'm doing well, Cameron. How are you doing? Just chilling? IR Film, what's happening? Good to see you in there as well. Man, this thing really did jump. I literally go like this to guys at a wheel. Scroll, scroll, and as you're getting closer to the bottom, the thing just takes off. You don't know how far this thing jumped. I don't understand why it does that. So I'm going to go down here. John Sharpie said, I'm the band. Sweet. Rock band? We'll go with that. Play a good, nice riff. Oliver Klein, what's going on? Tele-A-Vision. Alien Thanos, a video killed the radio star. The Buggles. YouTube killed the TV star. Not really. Have you guys seen that? Has anybody subscribed to that as far as got the YouTube, like basically movie, well not movie, but channel package thing? Does anybody have that? If so, what do you think? What do you guys think? Yeah, Pete, you're right. You said antenna TV is 90% rather, 70s and 80s, 90s programs. Yeah, this is the reason why I don't subscribe to like I had DirecTV years ago, and yeah, I mean, I had pretty much everything. I had DirecTV at one point, had Dish Network, had all that junk, and every time you go on these channels, it's the same trash all the time. I'm going, tell me why, what justifies me spending over $100 on satellite? And like I said, I was a big fan of the FTA, free-to-air satellite system when, you know, I had a 10-foot satellite dish, and of course I had other smaller dishes, like one was a 30-inch disc. Well, they call them disc, or pan dish, basically satellite dish, and played around. I had more fun with that than I did with the crap you pay for, because it was all free, of course, and of course you can tap any of these satellites you wanted to in the arc, and it was just awesome. It was just fun to play with, you know. But then that died off, and when TV went digital. So what was that? 2005, 2006. So yeah, sucks. Kyle Harvey, thank you very much for your support. And I've seen both of them there. I do appreciate you, brother. Said pizza night again. Mars and Omelets. Man, are you having pizza? Because I have Subway. I got something different too, so shh. Not the BMT this time, guys. I had the roasted turkey. Seems like there'd be less salt in that. You ever see that? You got the pastrami and all kinds of meats in that and the BMT, and then you look at it, if you could look at the actual sodium in that, and you go, oh, that's enough to kill a moose. Yeah, you really don't want to keep eating that trash. I don't mind trading it off once in a while, having something different. I don't mind that. But I would think like the roasted turkey is really, really good, right? So yeah, maybe change up a little bit too, right? I think he's already in there, but Ricardo, he said, hope Jean Ward drops in. Kyle, you said, my birthday is in 6 weeks. Sweet. Sweet. John Sharp, he said, Chris, the last video you showed looked like an engine from a craft, possibly a boat, and a hull and smash, but here's the thought. The mechanical stuff is to channel water. Okay. That's interesting. Maybe that was some kind of river type thing going through there. Never thought of that either. Could very well be, right? Let me see here. Again, Kyle, thank you very much for your support. He said, I love it here. You guys are like home away from home. Yeah, I totally agree with you, brother. Which reminds me, the Discord, a lot of you folks have started jumping on there, so thanks for doing that. It actually helps you folks, and I'll tell you why. Because now you can go in there not just on a Friday, but you can also have conversations then, and of course you guys would probably drum up questions for Friday nights. So, excuse me. It's nice because you can go up there and have conversations with each other. I've seen you guys were just in there having a ball, showing all the photos and everything else. Now, we do have one guy that was up there in the moon. In fact, I got it up here now, I think. Not that, but right here. And right here, this is the general chat. Everybody's been down there. It says people sharing like Alien Hunters video here. It says AS-11, so Apollo Mission 11. And that was Anomaly Madman to put that on there. I'll also put this on there. This is what you answered Pat S.'s question about what looked like the plane of the jet on there, and that's right there. You can see it right there. really funky looking thing. And that's the only thing you can come up with. It looks like a freaking plane or some kind of craft that flies like we have. So if you're going to the moon, though, after I posted this, there was a guy in there, goes by Blair Fan, said this is roughly, now you can see this right here, look at this. This is me in the red, and this is him with the moon. Going on and on and on and on and on and on. So this was going on, and, you know, and of course, a couple of you guys responded to him. And of course, the moderator had to kind of like, you know, tell this person, keep him in check a little bit here. So, you know, going back and forth. So at some point, I got a little pissed off, and I don't mean like mad, like I yelled at him or swore at him. I don't believe in doing that, not if I can help that. But here's what's funky. So this argument, well, not argument, but this debate was going back and forth. Basically, he said, listen, you can go to the LROC site, and you can see these things crystal clear. Where are the structures that you claim to see? Basically, in a nutshell. Not verbatim, that's not exactly the way you worded it, but you might as well have. But this is what's funny. So he starts with it right here. This is roughly the area of the moon covered in the large alien base. First of all, you just lost your argument. You're saying roughly. First of all, I don't even know what, you know, crater I looked at. This is on the far side of the moon, so how do you know which one it was? I mean, right off the bat, you lost your argument. But what's really funny is that when they were going back and forth, I asked him, well, he told me this. He said, the LROC can see down to the size of a microwave oven. So we're talking what, 1 or 2 feet, if it's a smaller one or mid-size. Okay. I said, what does that sound like? Oh, the MRO, the high-rise camera on the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, can see down to a 4-foot swath on the Martian surface. So those are the 2 questions I asked. I said, the high-rise camera on the MRO can take down a 4-foot swath, and yet, how come we've never seen one? And then I said, what photo, can you show me what photo you've seen on the lunar surface was down to 2 feet on the lunar surface? Totally disregarded my questions, never answered them. So I said, okay. So I kept asking him, either answer my question or I'm going to kick your ass off. That's pretty much what I said. So, and if you read it, goes back and forth, like I said. But somebody made a great point here down at the bottom, and this was, the Shadow Bite says, to be honest, and I hope I'm wrong about this, but to me it kind of sounded like a government disinformation agent, I'll get it out, I promise, sent in to deny in all possibility that the government, NASA, would possibly even conceive of the idea of lying to the public, which is a great point. So, yeah. But I left it on there because people need to see this kind of stuff. But, you know, it's like the moderator had asked and said, hey, listen, you know, yeah, I see Alyssa put something on here as well. Lucia, whatever. Like I said, I'm trying to pronounce it right. So I don't care that people do that, but even the moderator asked, I said, if you're not like-minded like the people that are in here, why are you even here? You know what I mean? It's just you get people like that. They'll jump in there and start an argument, but we'll be quick to remove them and get rid of them pretty quick. So, but so far it looks like we got like 56 people on there. So if you haven't jumped on there, get on the Discord, depending on if you want to say it quick, jump on there. And like I said, it's Mars Anomalies and Beyond. I'll leave a link, as always, in the comment section, the pin post, and I'll leave that there. And you can jump in and you can sign up and have a good time. And like I said, we got the general chat, the conspiracy chat, and then we got Moon and Mars. So, you know, a lot of people have been in there doing a lot of good stuff. So really, really cool that you guys are jumping in on this and having a great time. And I wanted to give everybody a place to go to be able to chat and share their pictures and so on and so forth. So I'm glad that's actually happening. That's awesome. So awesome. Really, really cool stuff. So, yeah, let me see this. This is kind of funny. I'll hit that real quick. Again, Kyle, thank you very much for your support. I do appreciate you. Let's see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me jump down here. So it'd be Os, Alusa. Because I think you put this last time. I think you actually sent me an email saying that. It was like, oh, so I think let me see. I just want to be politically correct. Alien Tenor said the moon doesn't belong in our solar system, and maybe it was the harbinger of war. Or people think it might have been the Ark that brought us here, which could very well be, right? And yeah, that would be pretty cool. And like I said, I love the idea of that Moonfall movie. That's an actually good movie. And like I said, everything that everybody's ever talked about when it came to the moon, and they've talked about every angle of it, which is just really cool. So it's almost like they're saying, yeah, it'd be great if they release this movie, so this way here, again, more desensitizing to the public. You know what I mean? Think about it. That would be a good idea, John. Great idea. Chris, Space 1999 uniform for you. I like that. Mimi says, Chris, you know you're going to be going to Titan after the Hangout. Man, you guys have been keeping an eye on me. What's going on? I got a tracker on me? What is going on here? John's like, go back up. Kylie said, you're in Ohio. We was almost 60 degrees yesterday, and then it dropped to 20 this morning. Yep. Actually, it was, what the heck was it this morning? No, I think it was 31 here. I'm in WV. I'm your neighbor there, but yeah, it was like 68 here. The day before that was like 70. I was like, oh my God, loving it. What's going on, Mr. Jean Award? Good to see you in there. I keep getting here I was trying to get that video out, and it was like an hour before then, and I was meaning to actually get a hold of Jean. I wish he had his Facebook. Hint, hint. So this way I can actually get a hold of him and be able to talk to him and say, like instance, I could say, hey, join me tonight, bring him, best stuff, which reminds me, now that we know Mr. Will from What's Up in the Sky 39 is back on, I'm going to have him on next week. He couldn't make it on tonight because his mom was actually getting a hip operation being done, so I hope for a speedy recovery for her. And but he will be on next Friday, so we're going to get him on. And Jean, we're going to get you back on there as well, because I know you got a lot of cool stuff to share as well, and really good work. And I'd love to be able to have a diversity of everybody, for everybody to see this stuff, whether it be simple stuff, satellite photos like you do, all of that kind of cool stuff. That's what I like to see. It gives everybody a different flavor, and they get to see all angles, whether it be, like I said, satellite, just looking at rocks, dismantling photos, ripping them apart, whether it's in depth or just something that's sitting right there on the surface. It's like you can't help but to see stuff like that. And Will is basically one of the guys that got me started in this, so that's why I always give him props, and he's a good guy, Kevin T says, take me. Yeah, let me off this darn planet. Stop the world, I want to get off. Mr. Pat Owens in there said, hey, Chris, happy Friday. Same to you, Pat. Glad to see you in there, man. Hope you're doing well. Bush Corey says, I never watch TV, just YouTube. Smart man. Smart man. Yeah, Corey, you're right about that. You said YouTube is quite addictive, like a virtual drug. It can be, especially if you're on like a certain thing, like whatever it may be. Like I said, I follow everything from science stuff to drag racing to you name it. It's like, and once you're on there, like, well, you're watching that one, then you jump into that one, then it's a suggested video to watch that one. Next you know, you're like, Jesus, is it already time for bed? You don't even realize the time goes by. It's that insane. It's just wild. Long Island, New York. I knew you'd say that. I didn't know if you had seen the last one. I actually was my bad. I actually told you 5 and it started at 4, so that was my bad on that. You know what messed me up? Because remember before I told you guys I had to start at 4:30. Yeah, it was 4:30 I think it was, because of what was going on with the storms and everything else. So that kind of like tripped me up, and I didn't remember. I'm going, well, I know I usually start at, well, and I told you 5 instead of 4. So again, that was my bad. But glad to see you in there anyway. Glad you got in there. And because he's like guys, he gets a hall pass. That was my fault. Jean One says, sorry, I've been a bit quiet lately. Sounds like a plan. Yeah, I'd love to have you back on. I've been saying this, past 3 or 4 weeks. But like I said, I've been like jumping around, trying to get things done. And like I said, I just got this video maybe, an hour before doing the live feed. So that was pretty interesting, pretty cool. It's like, you know, grabbed a little bite to eat, something small before jumping on here, so. Joe Oliver says, what scares me is that clown from the military really thinks he is fooling someone. I think I know which clown you're talking about. Is it Elizondo? Which one are you talking about? Jonathan Waddell says, does anyone remember Crow 77 in his holographic moon video? I remember Crow. He actually moved back up to the Northeast where I lived, where I was born and raised. The only thing I didn't, at first he was doing well. Do you remember when he had the videos where it looked like he had a spacecraft, it was going upward, and it looked like you could see the thrusters, like the engines, right? I was like, oh, wow, that's cool. You know, it was right near the moon, doing awesome stuff. Okay. Then he started talking about the, what was it? The wave. Remember the moon wave? Which kind of was debunked in some way because he lived next to an airport. I believe he lived out west, and he lived in like I said, I think it was it Arizona? And what happened was, you know, you get a lot of jet wash, and if you're, the funny thing about it, he would always see the wave, like that weird moon wave, and immediately after it would stop. Like, wait a minute, it's kind of weird. So there was a guy that literally lives next to the airport, and he would take pictures of all 747s, all of these 727s, the smaller jets, and little Lear jets and all kinds of stuff. And he actually showed it one time going by the moon. Now, if you were to not see that plane, and you can actually see that wave going like this. You can actually see it was the wash. It was the engine wash from the plane, and so I thought that was kind of funny. So it was kind of like debunked. But then he started going holographic moon like it didn't exist. I'm like, oh, okay. Now I think he's lost it. So I know he was doing blogs or something like that at one point. I don't know if he's still going on with that or not. So yeah, is he still on that, Jonathan? Is he still doing the blogs? I know he was, but Now, I do believe something's going on with the moon where, how do we know they're not doing something to the moon to kind of, like, I wouldn't say disguise, but try to make it a little bit harder to actually see things clearly on the moon. It's a possibility, right? But being holographic, like somebody's going and just putting a hologram up there, no. That's when I went, okay, he's really went off the deep end on this. So I don't know if somebody paid him or he just decided to go in a different direction. I don't know. It's just really weird. Great question. I don't know where Joss is. Not sure. Matt Corbet's in there. Evening all. What's going on, Matt? Leslie Ann Warren, what's happening? Oh, cool. He said, I'm on live, LOL, but I will have me on video with pics of the start of my investigation. Oh, that's cool. So you are going to start getting into that, Leanne. Okay, good. So when she starts getting this cranked out, we can jump on there and check out, what she's got going on. I believe that's actually the name of her channel as well, Leslie Ann Warren. And she can correct me if I'm wrong. Mr. Whitebeard Sky Daddy's in the house, too. What's going on, brother? Yeah, Adam the Martian, what's going on? He said, Joss is missing. One of our submarines is missing. You guys know who that is? Who sings that? Should be really, really easy, especially you folks in the UK. Let's see. David Voigt, he said, Crow 77 has gone, yeah, esoteric. It's all about holographic moon and even lizards, the galactic conspiracy. Well, you name it, he's got it bad. Damn, really? He was actually, I don't know if you guys remember him, but he was doing really well. He was right down to earth, everything was fine, and then, I don't know if somebody flipped the switch or I don't know what happened. But I was actually subscribed to him, you know. I said, all right, yeah, he picked a bad month to stop sniffing glue, but it is what it is. Well, he said, yeah, ha, clown, yeah, that's Lulu. What mischief is Lulu Lizardo up to now? You know, I don't, and like I said, folks, I don't buy into the whole BS, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I think if these crafts were real, they would so be all over us. In fact, I got one of those videos up here, and I'll play it again. You guys have seen it. If you haven't seen it, you will, and it's been all over, you know, the internet. And these guys are like, woo-ha! You know, and it's like, wait a minute. When you hear these pilots flying, I mean, some of them, they sound serious, like, oh my God, yeah, like, but you can hear one pilot, he says, it sounds like, well, no, he says, it looks like a drone. And then one guy says, well, there's a whole fleet of them. Look at it on the, and I think it's, I forget what they call it, but it's a certain kind of radar. And so I thought that was interesting. Kyle Harvey, thank you again for your support, as always. He said, Josh D, yeah, where are you at? I think he went AWOL, guys. What do you guys think? Long Island said, maybe Josh thought it was 5-2. Well, it's usually always 4, but like I said, even I got kind of messed up there. And like I said, because I know I came on here at, like I said, it was 4:30 at one time. And remember, at one time we also started at 5, and then I brought it back to 4. So it wouldn't be quite as late for you folks who across the big pond and everything. So I tried to, you know, try to make it a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? Long Island, New York, thank you very much for your support. That's awesome. I appreciate you. Said, search party for Jaws. All right, everybody go hunt for him. Get him. Seek him. And bring him in. Whoop. Steve Garnham, what's happening? He said, evening, everyone, being blown to bits here in the U.S. That's what I heard. What did they say? What was that term they were using? Blowy. It's blowy in the UK. I heard somebody say that today. I was like, what? I looked up and they said, well, it means windy. I'm like, okay. I didn't realize it. Yeah, I've been hearing about parts of that too, Pat. I know you were talking to Mars League. She said it's shocking what Trudeau is doing to the good people of Canada. Yeah, the guy's a whack job. I don't know which one is worse, the Prime Minister or our President. You know, maybe they're hanging out together, doing dope or something. I don't know. Mimi said, hope he didn't fly without me. Yeah, it happens. You know, sometimes I get a little excited and want to take the trip soon. Adam the Martian, he said the channel Out Alien TV discovered impressive Martian cities in the last videos, incredible walls. Yeah, I think I've seen like, you know, like you can see like the actual video, but I didn't actually watch it yet. Joe usually comes up with some really, really good finds. So if you guys are not familiar with him, yeah, Art Alien TV is the name of it. You can check his work out there, and if you like it, subscribe. Really, really good stuff. Adam, you also said on Mars there are cities larger than New York. Oh, that I don't doubt. Bush Corey, best blowy I've had in a while. Oh, man. Leslie Ann Warren, you said also military mentioned stars moving. I've seen this morphing. Oh, it's cold here blowing in the wind, Chris. Yeah, I hate that. Yeah, I think it was like, might have been 28, something like that this morning. But the wind was still like 4 to like 11 miles an hour, right? I was like, oh my God. So you know, the thing is, it's like, you know, I don't care it's cold. I mean, I've been out in shorts like in 20-degree weather, as long as your top part's, you know, warm. But, you know, when it's blowing like that, it just gets into everything. Unless, of course, you got a windbreaker on, then you're good. But, yeah, that can just rip right through you, especially if you're out in for a while. And then what happens is, you know, you literally, you can't get the cold out of your bones. Kylie said, dude, that guy is a twerp. Oh, my God. Yeah, I've seen all that stuff going on up there. It's crazy. Leslie Ann, I'll have, like I said, a link on there. In fact, I've got it on my last video. Not this one I just posted today, but I think it's on the last one. If you look at my pinned post in the comment section, you'll see the Discord link. You can check it out. But like I said, I think we got like 56 people in there now, which is cool. Because like I said, it's all like-minded people that want to go in there and have a good time, and that's awesome, you know? So, good stuff. John Ward, you're talking to Alien Tenor. You say, well, maybe we're in a different timeline. CERN messing around. Hey, oh, yeah. It's like that, like I said, that movie, The Mist, which is it The Mist? That's the one they were messing around with different dimensions and stuff like that. That was actually a good movie, and it's not very far from being true. I mean, if you think about it, who knows what's creating all of this weird weather sometimes, and it's not just a global warming thing. How do we know it's just not quirky stuff going on, right? Yeah. Leslie said, I'm slow due to ill health and dexterity and mobility issues. LOL, it's the wind chill, Chris, like I exercise in the Arctic. Yeah, no problem with that, right? Yeah, Leslie, and check it out. You said, okay, I will, Chris. I like a good time with the like-minded folk. Yeah, I mean, it's like, to me, it's like everybody knows each other here. They all go on there and they have a great time. So, sometimes you'll find like nobody on there, then you'll find people going on there and they'll comment here and there. So, yeah, I mean, that's how it starts, right? Scourge 1971, Trudeau's dad was Castro. Just look at the pics. Sadly, I think you're right. Kyle, yes, our president is an effing twerp. No, come on now. Actually, our president's not doing anything. There's people behind the scenes doing all that. Yeah. And like I said, folks, I don't make fun as far as that goes. If he does actually have medical or mental issues, then he should, you know, they should have had taken him out as far as, you know, giving him the medication, make sure he's in check and everything else, and that he's up to the task, right? So, yeah. MG Toy said, CERN sitting on the top of the world think they're immune to destruction. Yeah, buddy, they wish. All right, so this one here says, scientists have discovered vast identified structures deep inside the Earth. I'm going, yes! No. And basically the article, when I started reading it, I'm thinking, oh, you know, I'm thinking like, you know, how they were taking like radar images of like the Amazon jungle where they found more of the Mayan structures. I'm thinking it's one of those articles, right? I'm like, yes. No. It's basically they're talking about earthquakes and how it travels under the crust and into the mantle, from the mantle area and all that. And then what you have is these structures they're talking about is more denser parts of the crust near, or I'm sorry, in the mantle rather, closest to, you know, the crust itself. And that's why I was like, oh, talk about a buzzkill. I was like, yes, no. But this FBI has declassified an interesting document talking about multidimensional beings that visited Earth. I was like, okay. Now, I don't know if we had talked about this one before. This one says a 1947 memorandum was recently published demonstrating that, despite their efforts to keep this information secret from the public, the U.S. government has always maintained contact with aliens and UFOs alike. Now, you can see this came out on February 11th, which was what, 7 days ago, 2022, right? And you can get in there. It's kind of hard to see this thing, but because it's like that weird typing thing going on. But it says, one, it says the parts of the disc carry crews. Others are under remote control. Okay, tic-tac maybe? If that's otherworldly. Their mission is peaceful. The visitors contemplate settling on this planet. 3, the visitors are human-like but much larger in size. 4, they are not, I'm not sure if that says excarnate, Earth people, but came from their own world. They do not come from any planet as we used the word, but from a, I'm not even sure what that even says, something planet with, see, it's weird. I'm not even sure what that even says. It's the way that some of the words, the letters rather, are kind of mixed up with our own and is not perceptible to us. The bodies of the visitors and the crafts also automatically neutralize or naturalize on entering the vibratory rate of our dense matter, dense matter. So, talking about, I guess, the way their bodies are, the disk possesses a type of radiant energy or array, which will, I guess, it's easily disintegrate any attacking ship. They re-enter the. It looks like it says OTHERIC at will, and so simply disappear from our vision without trace. The region from which they came is not as the astral plane, but corresponds to the lakes or tails. Students of esoteric matters will understand these terms. They probably cannot be reached by radio, but probably can be by radar if the signal system can be devised for that. It's kind of messed up there too. But anyway, yeah. Addresses certain scientists in distinction in important aeronautical and military authorities to the number of public officials and to publications. The writer has little expectation that anything of import will be accomplished by this gesture. The more fact that the data herein were obtained by so-called supernormal means is probably sufficient and ensure its disregard by nearly all of the persons addressed. Nevertheless, it seems a public duty to make it available. Though present, looks like it says, though present writer has severe university degrees and will formally in university, okay. A very serious situation may develop at some time with regard to the flying saucers. If one of those should be attacked, the attacking plane will almost certainly be destroyed. In the public mind, this might create near panic and information suspicion. The principal data concerning these craft is now at hand and must be offered, no matter how fantastic and unintelligible it may be, or it might seem to minds not previously instructed to thinking of this type. So it's just really weird the way this is written, right? We give information in. I'm not sure what that even says. Okay. We give information and warning and can do no something, and they got writing in the hand and they got a stamp here. Treated with every kindness, unless the disc are withdrawn again it says 34 something over it, which our culture and science are incapable of something dealing. I don't know. A heavy responsibility rests upon the foe in authority who are able to understand the matter. So it's just really weird. David Vort, what's going on? Lapis is in there. What's going on, Lapis? Lapis, depending on how you pronounce it. He said, greetings, everyone. Thank you, our great mother God. It's Friday. You got that right. David Vort says, Linda Moulton Howe had a great show on an ex-military guy whose mission was to map huge structures beneath Arctic. Yeah, that I would go with. That makes more sense to me. Now, as far as like with the way they're talking, the structure, I was thinking, oh, wow, you know, but no. Like I said, buzzkill. We strongly advise you to read the official FBI Vault yourself, but if you don't want to, you can always watch the video below, which is right here. So, but that's on YouTube, so yeah, I can't do that. Because obviously I'll get a copyright strike and we don't want to do that. So, but as always, you guys will get the link, you know that. Let me see here. What was that? Okay, that's the memorandum. There we go. That's correct. This is an official secret file that the FBI has held for years. And we've only lately gotten our hands on it. We strongly advise you to read the official, okay. They have confirmed the existence of multidimensional creatures multiple times in this official document. But you will never hear them say it out loud, and that is a fundamental issue we need to address in our future. So, yeah, I thought that was pretty cool, right? Andrew Gassa, what's going on? He said, don't always get to watch live, but listening now. Well, I appreciate you being there, Andrew. That's cool. Yeah, I agree with you, Long Island. He said, let's talk UFOs, not politics, people. Two things you never want to talk about with people, and that's religion and politics. You know how that gets. That can get pretty wound up pretty quick, pretty heated. Alien Tennis says, basically we got tin foil from Roswell. No, that was swamp gas. And a weather balloon. Kyle Harvey said, them stupid commie bastardos. Turklerin, what's going on? Good to see you in there. He says, hello everyone, or hi everyone. Yeah, David, I agree with you. He said, David Vort says, the Black Vault Facebook group is a great source also. Yeah, they usually have a lot of good stuff in there. I forget what his name is, the guy that actually runs that, and he's always looking for the FOIA and stuff like that, trying to get these documents out. And I know he's been, because he's on Twitter, I follow him on Twitter, and he's constantly trying to, I mean, he hits brick walls, even though he's trying to get these, request these documents, and of course he hits brick walls all the time. Great for all, I said, our nuclear explosions really mess with our other dimensions, apparently. Well, I mean, yeah, because if you really think about it, it's like, you know, somebody could be occupying your space you're sitting in right now in another dimension. So you don't know that, you know what I mean? Which is really weird. They tried to make the country, Egypt, copy Mars. The pyramids and all of the symbolism is subliminally associated Egypt with Mars. Well, basically, that's what it is, yeah. So, yeah, it's basically the alignment of the stars. You can see the way these things are, you know, they align the pyramids of Giza and stuff like that. And it's like, to me, that could be just a simple explanation to decide to just look up at the stars and say, hey, why don't we think our gods live up there, so why don't we just put our you know, pyramids in that order or that alignment. It could have been just as simple as that, or a lot more complicated than that, like the fact that the way it's been built, and we couldn't build the pyramids today if we wanted to, and it would take a lot of work to be able to do that. And the fact that as heavy as those things are, you can't even, the blocks are still aligned. Well, except for the outer casing. Those are kind of trash, but because it used to be like a gold layer on the outside of those, nice and smooth. But inside, you can't slip a razor blade between these giant blocks, and they've been there for thousands of years. Now, I don't know if you guys have been watching this recent document. Well, was it? Let me see. It was some show I was watching. I don't know if it was documentary or what it was, but they said that now they're seeing more and more, because they knew the Sphinx was, right, as far as being like it had water and stuff like that, but they believe that the pyramid was underwater as well for quite a long time, because they believed that the Sphinx was there before the actual pyramid. But now they believe that both of them, they're looking at the sediments and the layers and everything else, even next to the pyramids, and they're seeing the same thing, that they've been underwater for X amount of time too, which is really, really wild, right? Let me just jump to me again. I love it when it does that. All right, there we go. Dog Creek Customs, what's going on? There hasn't been very much good stuff going on Twitter here lately. Yeah, I noticed that too. I mean, I follow like all the space, whether it's ESA, NASA, all these other, anything to do with space and science, I follow those. So there's some decent amount of feeds on that, right? But as far as a lot of other stuff, it's like, not all that, right? Tim Houston said, I thought Cairo meant Mars in some ancient dialect. It does, but they have other meanings to it too. You don't actually have a name, but it says, remember that the pyramids are only 300 years old. They made up the whole fake Egyptian history. I'm not sure where you heard that, because there's a lot of scientific work that's been done in them areas, and they're actually, I think they were supposed to be 6,000 to 7,000 years old, but they're much older than that. In fact, they still believe that the pyramids were actually later than the actual Sphinx. So, but yeah, they're much older than that. Of course, there's arguments on both sides, so I get what you're saying. But to me, there's too much evidence, saying they're much older, and they have like these, secret chambers underneath the Sphinx, as well as they're finding more and more underneath, the pyramids itself. And they're branching out in every freaking direction. They're going everywhere. So it's cool that they're using this ground-penetrating radar, which is awesome. Adam the Martian, you said maybe many Martian cities were copied here on Earth. Well, vice versa, right? I mean, who knows? Can you imagine if you lived on Mars and you're looking over here, and somehow they had like, telescopes and they could see what's on Earth? That would have been freaky, right? That would have been like, oh wow, yeah, I can see cities from here. It's nighttime where they're at. The lights just went off. And I don't mean literally anybody's individual apartment, but I mean like whole cities and states going, or countries going dark because it's late at night or whatever. Alien Tenny said, Chris, have you noticed most Mars pics are beige? Strange for a red planet. Yeah, I mean, they're just throwing on any color filter to just mess with your eyes. It's kind of like red is bad for colorblind, right? So if they can put a certain color on there, think about it, it's like an orangey reddish, well then anybody who's colorblind to begin with automatically gets this weird sense when they look at this. So this is the reason why I try to get rid of that crappy color right off the bat. Whether it's more of a brownish, more if it's a reddish, like you said, beige, I just try to get rid of them. Just try to get rid of it. The Photoshop sees it differently. And like I said, if you do auto color, auto contrast, and auto brightness, I think it sees it totally different. It actually sees it like almost like blue sky sometimes, not all the time. and sees it much different. You know, like that video I just put out, and I was talking about how you can see like the hillside in the back where you got like reds, greens, blues, and they're all in like that one area. Like there's a bunch of rocks, all these different colors. To me, that's a density of the manipulation and centering they're putting over it. So if you just do a light one, it might be like a light blue. But if all of a sudden you get like real darker and darker, they overlay on top of one object, that's when you get these weirder colors. And that's what I think is the case. At least that's my finding since I've been doing these for a long time, that's what they're pulling off. That's what they're doing. It happens on the moon photos too. If you look at the moon photos, many of them are what? Black and white. Actually, they're not. If you look at the actual, it says photo on the top, like in Photoshop, and you look at it, and you bring down the drop box, it actually says a lot of them are in RGB. So they're actually color. So when you go to like burn in certain areas, all of a sudden it turns blue, it turns like a pink, it turns different colors. Just weird. But that's what they pull. I'm going to jump all the way down the bottom here. So, Kay Sadu, he said, hey Chris, just jumped on, going 10 p.m. UK time. Hope the rest of the fellowship is good. Oh yeah, we're all good here. Appreciate that, Kay. Where did this go? I'm just gonna. Explanation, what's going on? Happy Friday, Chris, and everyone in the chat. Hope you are all well. We are. I hope you're doing good as well. Good to see you in there as always. Matt Patterson, what's going on? He said, how would it be if Mars were still like Earth? How would it be today? How would the Earth relate to Mars? Well, that's why I said maybe, and I was purely speculating, that thousands of years ago when we were in maybe the first cycle of Earth, that maybe we were technologically advanced then, and that, who knows, at one time, we might have been going back and forth. And this is the reason why we're seeing a lot of things that look like we'd see here on Earth. Because I don't know about you folks, but the first time I started seeing these things, I was scratching my head going, okay, why am I seeing these things strangely like we would see here on Earth? Like I've seen things that would look like, you know, I think I even call it the smoking gun, when it looked like some kind of weird vehicle or vehicles on that opportunity photo way in the back on the crater wall. It looked like it was just sliding down the wall where you could see what looks like these weird vehicles of some sort. Why would we see that on Mars? People go, you know, of course, people scoffed at it when I first started making videos. They're like, oh my God, this guy sees cars on Mars. But is it really far-fetched to believe that? If there were something similar to us, and perhaps maybe that was going on, again, pure speculation, if that was going on, then is it possible, this is the reason why we see a lot of things that are just like here on Earth. That's why I hear some people go, oh man, this is really Earth, man. They're just doctoring them up to make them look like that. Well, the thing is, if I'm going to be the guy doctoring these photos up, then I'm going to make sure I'm not taking photos, first of all, of anything that resembles anything on here on Earth. So I might just go out and look at a desert and just take a photo, meaning there's no cactus or any of that sort. Just take it to flat ground completely, and then of course I can go to work on it. I don't care if there's a mountain in the background or whatever, because I can make that all look reddish. I can blur out certain things. I can pass it through a computer, make it slightly low res. You know, I can do whatever I got to do. I mean, I think if they sent it through, I think they got like a software that can send a nice high definition photo, slide it through the computer. All it's got to do is lift like every other pixel. All it's got to do is lift it out of the picture. Then suddenly it becomes grainy, and you're like, what is going on here? But and well, I should say, and then when you get like these really grainy photos, you can just put a little slight blur in it and just puff them pixels up a little bit and blends it out so it doesn't look as grainy. And then you can actually see things in there, which is really awesome. Like that photo I just did in the foreground, not so much right next to the camera, next to the bottom of the photo, but closer towards the middle on the right. If you look at it normally, it literally is pixelated, and you can't make out like circles and, you know, these curves of some of these parts that are laying around. This is the reason why I added blur, to get rid of some of that compression artifacts or that pixelation. That's the reason for that. That's why sometimes you go, I'm not seeing these really clear. It should be slightly clearer. Well, that's the reason. You know, they got so many different ways to hide things in these photos. Believe me, these people are genius. I mean, they're pretty smart. Valerian the Mac 3, what's happening? What's going on? Good to see you in there. Well, like, I'm just catching yours. Mars Lake, you said, could we discuss the culture of Mars? We know that they were there. What was their interaction with Earth? Like I said, that's the only thing I could come up with, because I'm trying to figure out why we would see similarities to the things we see here on Earth. Like I said, is it possible, and I believe it is, but is it possible, I'm asking you folks, do you think that's a case maybe thousands of years ago in the first cycle of Earth, and we came up and we became civilized, we became very intelligent, we became technologically advanced, and then all of a sudden they were doing the same? Or somehow we already went into, we were spacefaring back then, started a colony on Mars, and then we have like this binary planet thing going on where we can go back and forth, and then, you know, not long ago, they had this, you know, this catastrophic event. Either they were bombed or they killed themselves off, and that's pretty much it. That's how Mars ended. Well, within reason. There may be still lives, you know, people or beings alive on there, right? So that could be a very good possibility. That's the only thing I can come up with that would prove or make sense that there's a lot of similarities, right? What do you guys think about that? What's your theory on that? In fact, I'm going to jump all the way down the bottom here, so if I miss anybody's comments or questions, just go ahead and ask again. Valerian, that's a great question. You said, so if we humans live on Mars, would humans grow taller in the future? I believe that they would, because it's saying as far as the gravitation. So gravity itself, right? This is the reason why they believe that our bodies are more in tune with Mars anyway, because it's a 24-hour and 40-minute day. So it's a slightly longer day. They believe this is the reason why you'd be probably taller, more spindly if you lived on Mars, because less gravitation, you know, gravity. Because over the years, as you grow, your body starts to compress. So, yeah. So I believe that we'd actually be better off on Mars. And can you imagine what we would look like? Picture in the next 150 years, if they start, you know, civilization there, then they start having, you know, families there and everything else. Can you imagine what that's going to look like? That would be kind of weird. You know, maybe your eyes will change, you know, because of different lighting. And of course, you'd have to adapt to that. You know, you'll evolve into that particular atmospheric conditions, like on Mars and stuff. That would be pretty interesting. I don't know. It's a great question, Turkler, and I believe that maybe that's the case. It may be true. Use a question: is there multi-dimensional beings or an entanglement? I'm sorry, distant planet with Earth, like quantum, where creatures or humans go back and forth to other planets? It's either Stargate type things, or they just can travel with crafts themselves, you know, spaceships and stuff. Like I said, I believe that was probably going on, you know, thousands of years ago with Earth and Mars. I think Mars just ended not long ago, because if you have this proof that somebody actually seen this stuff in a telescope and seen these two large explosions in the upper Mars atmosphere or up in the sky, they seen that. That to me tells me this is when this happened. Now people say, no, it was millions of years ago. I don't know, because you wouldn't see the stuff we're seeing on the surface of Mars right now. There's no way. Because if we were to believe that there's still a water cycle, and I don't believe that the water cycle ended that quickly. In other words, it might have been slowly going away. Let's say it was a catastrophic event where a giant rock or meteor hit Mars. Well, it's going to devastate the planet, but it's not just going to instantly leave. Now, that's going to really cause a catastrophic event, of course, the atmosphere and water and everything else. Because a lot of these things, if they come in hot and fast, forget it. You're just going to like basically just steam off the friggin' oceans or lakes. But I don't know, man. It's a great question. It just makes your brain go in different directions, you know. But like I said, you know, like if you watch John Carter, I believe he was in like a jump room. If you think about it, when you remember that, when he was trying to get away from these other people and he went into that cave and, you know, told that other person, wait here, whatever, and he went in there and, you know, he ended up on Mars. You know, so or Basum, depending on how you want to look at it, if you looked at the watched the movie. So I thought that was really interesting because he goes through there and all of a sudden he's on Mars. So you go, okay, I remember stories about, that they were talking about jump rooms where you could be like in an elevator and that's actually a jump room. And when the doors opened up, you were literally on the Martian surface, like next to a structure. I thought that was really, really weird. I don't know if I believe all that, but who knows, right? If we had been doing this thousands of years ago, think about this, something we can add to the speculation. If we did in fact have a coexisting Mars and Earth thousands of years ago, perhaps they perfected that, and it was like an actual jump room you can get back and forth. And this was happening all the time. This is the reason why you didn't need spacecraft or anything to get back and forth. You just kind of jump back and forth, like almost like a high-tech Enterprise transporter. Instead of actually beaming aboard, it just went and you just jumped from one planet to another. Let me see. I'm going to just say, Oss. He said, doesn't it seem suspicious to you that the rovers that are on Mars, relatively close, is a zone of apparently total destruction? Well, like I said, I mean, we've looked at, and I don't know if I still got this photo. Let me see if I got that. Was it up in here? Up in here? Let me see here. Nope, that wasn't it. Wait a minute, this one here. Yeah, this one here. Now, again, we have on the top right corner, we had this area right here, in fact, in the blue next to the Zhurong Rover, 2021. This is the Cydonia region. Large explosion right here off to the left from the Viking 2 in 1976, rather. And we had the smaller one next to the Chaos region over here, these explosions. Where are most of these crafts and landers? Every single one of them, folks, except for the ones way over here. But that doesn't mean that they were trying to, because understand this explosion was probably huge, right? From what I understand, they were absolutely huge. So it makes sense to be over here, actually, of course, some of these are not just, 20 miles away. They're like hundreds of miles away. But still, the fact is, look at where most of them are actually put. It makes perfect sense. So, so like that video I just did, that to me, again, it looks like if you could just take one of us and drop us right in the middle of a war-torn city, that's what it looks like. It looks like you're walking down the street and you got structures all around you that just caved in and just got completely imploded or exploded, right? Yeah, I mean, that's what it reminds me of. And this junk, literally steel junk laying everywhere. Frames of stuff, parts of stuff. Like I said, it looks like a high-tech factory got exploded or something like that, or what was in the factory, right? But this goes to show you what's going on and where these things are. You know what I mean? The Insight, I don't know if you guys heard about that, but it got away with it. It was actually starting to run down, and then somehow it got revitalized, and I'll show you that in a moment. But you can see the Sojourner right there in the middle, just the upper middle, where that was in 1997. And of course, you got the Viking 1 and 2. Guess where the Viking is? Right there in the Cydonia region. Imagine that. And now, how many of you folks have said that before? Oh, I wish they'd go to like the Cydonia region and see what's going on over there. Huh, there you go. And like I said, if you dropped a lander there, all you need is just good pictures. Send the pictures back. That's all you need. Best camera money could buy back then in 1976. Granted, it ain't gonna be nothing like it is today, but nonetheless, 76, we had decent cameras back in the day using the Hasselblads for the Apollo missions. So you know it by, at least, 5 to 10 years later, that they had decent, cameras. So I think they probably had decent cameras, decent resolution, not going to say fantastic, but they probably, designed the camera from top to bottom and got a really good camera on there. And they didn't care if the thing got samples or not, but of course it did. And I think it was either the Viking 1 or the Viking 2, took soil samples, and of course, scientists argue about it today, that as far as fossilized, microbial life was actually there. I still think there was, and still is. But you can see where these things are all laid out, and you can see right here in the 2023, the Rosalind Franklin rover, you can, right there, and 2023 is going up there. But you can see Phoenix up there. But quite a few landers and orbiters, we got a bunch of orbiters, but as far as landers and rovers, look at this. The Beagle 2, that's the one that was lost. We know that. But look where they're all at. Perseverance, 2021, Insight, right there, Curiosity, Spirit, all just south of this area. Imagine that. Imagine that. Mars Leaks, thank you very much for your support. I do appreciate you, man. You said, love this, love you, Chris. I do appreciate that. I really do. That's awesome. That's the only thing I could think of. Folks, I stumbled on this map one day, and I was like, imagine that. So because I was looking up the Cydonia region, and I saw this area, and I went, let me just find a map. I said, missions to Mars. Oh, I think I put successful missions to Mars. And then this map showed up on one of these sites. I went, oh my God, look at this. Yep. It all comes clear now. Thanks again, Mars Leaks. I appreciate you. And so I was just like really dumbfounded how, again, put the pieces together in this puzzle, and it pretty much comes clear. Where did? Oh, they jumped him again. Oh, Josh D jumping there. There he is. Hi, Chris. Late. Fucking storm took connection out and then out again. Yeah, I think I remember you saying that. You said you don't know if it's going to hold up as far as the connection. So yeah, believe me, I know the feeling. Like I said, I got up at like midnight, and winds were gusting here about 25, 30 miles an hour. Nothing super bad, but you can hear it just howling away. And just in between my living room and my dining room area, I have like 6 battery backups. I got one in my refrigerator, one in my deep freezer. Of course, they're big. I got one in the smaller one in the lamp. I got one that does my internet and landline phone and lamp, things like that. So that takes care of my internet and everything else. And then I've got 2 on my cameras in the house. So yeah, I mean, I got 6 in there, and I got 2 in this room here. I got one running the computers right here, and I got one controlling a light over there. So, like I said, I got like 8 of them in the house. And I'll tell you what, people go, but they're kind of expensive. I said, yeah, but you know what? That power goes out, it comes on fast, and you can blink your eye. It's like faster than blinking an eye. It's like, I think 1/10 of a second, I think it is. Maybe even less. But when the power goes out, they're worth their weight in gold. That's what most people fear, is like when the power goes out, because it's really windy or whatever's going on in your neighborhood, that it's so bad when the power goes out. That's what really freaks you out, because the power goes out. I like to have a little control in my life. So if it goes down, okay, at least I got a little time to plan. Okay, if the batteries run down, they'll run out, and like the deep freeze's got like 3 hours, the extended time, and the refrigerator's got about 1.5 hours, 2 hours. So if I know it's going down, the power hasn't come out, or come back on rather, then what I'll do is last 10 minutes of it, I'll just take out the generator and fire it up and just run everything. So it's no big deal. Long Island, New York. We all thought you died. Talking to Josh D. Well, thank God he didn't. Just the weather being a pain in his rump. Andrew Cole, what's going on? He said, hi, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. I am doing good. I hope you're doing good there as well, Indrid. Yeah, Jean makes a great point, Mimi. He said MRO photographs of Cydonia showing anomalies are rare, too. Imagine that. Wonder why. Just can't seem to get a good satellite photo of that area. Imagine that. Kyle, you said they are looking for something in that area. Oh, yeah. Well, here's the thing. They're not looking. They're just observing now. They're just taking as many pictures as they can from the landers. And, of course, they're testing the soil. And maybe they're saying, oh, is it still radioactive? And then, of course, they're taking a boatload of these photos, like I said. And then, of course, you've got the rovers now roving around, taking extremely great pictures. And again, we know that the Ingenuity helicopter has a 4K camera on it. Why wouldn't the Perseverance? I don't know about you folks, but I've never seen a 4K photo from that shit box yet. I mean, I haven't seen anything that looks remotely like a 1080, let alone a 4K. Michael Bray said, hi, Chris and everyone. I look forward to seeing you guys every week. Well, I appreciate it, Michael. Glad you're on board with us. Like I said, we have a great time here. It's great. Just awesome. Turklerin, you said we send one Rover when we can send 2 or 10 at the same time, same travel. On the same travel, rather. Well, that's the thing, right? Now, I've heard that before where they're saying, for that kind of money, why don't we send more than one of these bad boys and just have them go off in different directions? But we'll just say we got just the one. How do we know? You know, they're going to be multi-layered, rocket sections. And once they get into orbit, they can just break apart and just, that one there just goes on its way. And then this one, this is the one we're really going to keep an eye on. But the other one, it's already broken off and going to that part of Mars. But now we're going to concentrate on this Perseverance, because that's the only one. Yep, let's go with that. And then, of course, we'll pay attention to it. So, yeah, I mean, absolutely. They could have sent more than one. We don't know that. We don't have a clue. It kind of makes more sense to be able to send more than one, to be honest with you. He said, did you see the Chinese moon rover? Yes, absolutely. You're talking about the Chang'e 4, the Chang'e 4? What's really sad is you see the pictures that they send back. Oh, my God. Like I said, they must think their public, especially China's a bunch of morons. They must think that. And clearly, the public's not idiots. They know what's going on. They're going, so let me get this right. You can look at your camera here on this phone here. And this is the Motorola, Moto G. Even this one here is not the best phone on the planet. But, I mean, the point is, I could take dynamic photos with this thing. And you're telling me you're going to take a subpar, not even subpar, I'm sorry, sub-garbage photo of the moon. And this is, of course, the public in China saying, I don't know why they're not just like in an uproar going, come on, guys. We make good stuff here. Where's these high-quality photos? Yeah, buddy.
I'm going to go pick up Brittany and go get our shirts.
Okay.
Because I don't know how long they're going to be there.
All right.
All right, I love you.
Me too. Let's see. Casper's Toolbox. He said, been following you for years. Well, I appreciate it. Casper's? Casper? I do appreciate that. When you say nuke explosion on Chinese rover image over Ukraine, how strange. Let me make myself a little smaller here so I'm going to share this. I've literally got my head right in the way here. All right. There you go. If I can get a little smaller here, I can actually see what's on the screen here. I wouldn't want to block this other one. But this is weird, too. I don't even remember even hearing about the Polo lander. You guys heard about that one? Let me do this here real quick. The bottom right corner, I should say, 1999 and Deep Space 2. There's a lot of things in here that I don't think anybody's aware of, to be truthful with you. There's a lot of crafts, and like we just explained, or like you were just saying, about having, why send one, we can send the price of two, which was in the movie Contact. Remember they were saying that? Why build one, we can build two for the price of one, or whatever they said. So, and of course they had that, that offshore launch area, if you call it that, over in, was it off the coast of Japan. C.J. Arnold, he said the sun flare the other day was facing us. We'd be in the mayhem and chaos now. Fried satellites and no Chris here today. It was the biggest one many have seen. Well, you know that they've taken out what? Was it, I don't know how many of SpaceX or Elon Musk satellite. They had the internet. Took a bunch of those out, which I still don't understand. I mean, imagine it could be taken out like any other thing, right? But you think it did make them a little bit more impervious to being like wiped out that easy, Hell, we've got satellites up there that have been on for how long? And yet they're still orbiting Earth. David Vaught, he said, had a professor in the early 1970s on President's Science Board and liaison, with Soviets. Back then, he said our satellites could take a picture of a dime, also footprints, heat signatures. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, they've been doing that for years. So again, why such piss poor photos we getting from these rovers and these landers? It simply makes no sense. Christine Ingram, what's going on? Good to see you in there. Perseverance photos are dreadful and too many of the ground and selfies too. Hi everyone, made it tonight. I'm glad you're here, Christine. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you're being very nice when you say dreadful. I can really get, yeah, I can really get ripping on that. But yeah, they're absolutely atrocious. I mean, it's like, again, I mean, any one of us could take our cameras and take better photos, more clarity. And we all know that they're probably a super 4K, phenomenal photos. Because you ever notice when you see like these little, what do they call that? Oh God, I'm going to forget it now. But some of these cameras that are on the tool head itself, on the arm, they're like it's like a microscopic imager basically. It's a camera, but it's literally can take crystal clear photos up close. But they always seem to take pictures of the hills and everything. Well, wait a minute, there's nothing there in the hills to see. So what are we looking at here? You're looking at the ground, you're trying to see if there's microbial life there. Why do you care what's up there? If you just took a quick photo of, let's say, nothing more than buttes and mountains, then you'd have layers of, there used to be like water lines and stuff like that, and that would be the end of it. And it'd be crystal clear to boot. We're not seeing that. That's telling me that you're taking photos of other things, and that's not your main mission, is the soil itself. Your main mission is to see what's around and where you touch down. You're there for that reason, to investigate and recon that area. That's what that's all about. And I think that photo I just put on there today, that video, is probably one of the best ones as far as a bunch of junk in one area, hands down. We've seen a lot of photos with that stuff, but so far, as far as the amount of stuff, and the idea that, again, I felt like I was standing in the middle of a road, whether it's a three-way intersection or four-way, like all these buildings had been demolished and it just come down, all the debris just come down. That's what it looked like to me. It looked like a war-torn city. Equalizer, what's going on? Good to see you there. He said macro. Yeah, I mean, micro or macro, right? But they're supposed to have, like, I don't know if you were talking about the imager like I was just talking about, but I'm going to forget the name of the camera. It doesn't really matter at this point. But it's supposed to be for microscopic imaging. And even if it was macro, right, they're crystal clear. They look great. But anywhere 2 feet away from the rover, seems like everything just goes distorted. Come on. Especially when they say they stack their photos to make sure the photos are clear from right up against the camera to, well, they call that infinity, but from a distance away, right? And of course, a lot of these cameras, they have a telescoping lens, depending how you want to look at it. So they can literally zoom in for quite a bit, right? And yet, piss poor. Steve Garnham, he said the Gaia telescope can see a coin aside from 200,000 miles away. Well, we know that, like I said, the technology that comes with these things are insane. And it's nothing new, right? Because I think even in the 60s they were doing that. Because remember that at the time they were trying to build, it was both the United States as well as the Soviet Union. Each of them got wind they were trying to build a manned spy satellite. So they were going to build their own as well as we were building ours. And that was the whole point, was to basically spy. So, and they had already cameras. You could see the sizes. Look them up. Manned spy satellites back in the 60s, I believe it was. And might have been even earlier than that. And it showed the camera apparatus and everything. It was pretty good size. David Voigt, you said NASA motto follows P.T. Barnum and the usual elitist structure that they know. What is the best for U.S.? Also, first rule of bureaucracy is look out for number one. Pretty much. I didn't even see you get in there, Frack Centurion. What's going on, Frack? Oh, Your Highness jumped in there too. What's going on, Your Highness? Good to see you in there as well. Private Tomcat says, hi all. What's going on, Private Tomcat? Look at it real quick. It's like, privatate. No, kidding. But cool. Good to see you in there. Leslie Ann, you said, see what happened, Chris, 2012. David Adair said we had 6 solar flares coming to Earth and fried us, but the so-called leader, NASA, etc., went in their cowardly bunkers and hid. Yeah, it never told us but the solar missed. But yeah, so it missed it, yeah. But yeah, I mean, they're not going to tell you anything. Do you honestly think it'd be like Deep Impact? Do you think they'd tell you anything? Because they know what's going to happen. Every person out there is going to go, hey, you know what? Everything I always wanted to do and not get caught for doing it, I'm going to do it today. Think about it. Pure pandemonium, social breakdown, total madness. They're going to go, what are they going to do, arrest me? Think about it. If that ever happens, you better run for the hills. Joe Oliver, he said they use the best cameras ever built, by man. They can shoot a 20-foot by 20-foot box into space, land within 5 meters of target, but can't take a clear picture. Sure. Yeah, you're right. I mean, they literally, think about it, they're crunching numbers, right? First of all, let's just go with any mission. Let's pick one, Perseverance, okay? Well, we'll go with Curiosity or the very first Sojourner, which was 1997. But even then they had the Bob, the little tiny little robot type thing. But anyway, so the rover is the easy part as far as I'm concerned. But when they had to crunch numbers and go, okay, calculating every 2 years, Mars is closest to Earth, okay. We need to get it there. How many miles is it away? Okay, we need to do that. We need enough thrust to get out from space. Then we got to get there. Just let it, find its target, go there, hit the burn, get it to go into orbit, and stay there or land. But they had to plan all that. They had to crunch all these numbers. Then building the rovers and everything else, I mean, there's a lot of numbers are crunching in this. It's just crazy, but yet just can't seem to take a damn good picture. I don't know what it is. Just can't seem to do it. Heck, even those disposable cameras back in the day, remember those back in the 70s and 80s or the 80s? They were like big in them. Those would take a lot better picture, which is really sad. Kyle Harvey said the best UFO evidence is on UFO TV on YouTube here. They do have a good channel. I visit them every now and then. It's good stuff. So whether it's documentaries or actual UFO videos, pretty good stuff. Tony Introvert says, hello, late was watching the WW situation. How is it going? Oh, it's going pretty good, Tony. Hope you're doing well. Wild Mountain Bear says, sometimes I want to scream about the obvious evidence of Mars anomalies disclosure today. There's nothing more frustrating. And like I said, I get pissed off at that, but you just, like I said, I love the thrill of the chase and then looking into these photos. Sometimes you don't see a whole lot. It's just a few things here and there, and I'm still okay with that. Why? Because it's just something new I didn't get to see before. So I always look forward to something new, and that's what's cool. Like I said, whether it's something minuscule or something a lot bigger or nicer, darn right, I'm all for it. Studies suggest Earth may have been colonized long ago by alien civilizations. Imagine that. Is that Deep Space Nine out there? Let's see. Researchers suggest Earth may have been colonized long ago by an advanced extraterrestrial civilization. Let's see, the hold on. Let me do it this way. Be easier. The comprehensive study takes a look at the Fermi paradox through a different approach. Using a blend of theory and simulation, researchers suggest that advanced alien civilization may have long colonized the galaxy. That goes into the no shit category, but okay. In fact, Earth may also have colonies deep in its geological past, but if it did, no signs of such alien settlement would remain of it today. And I believe the same thing. We're talking about thousands of years ago. It wasn't like last week. We're talking about probably thousands of years ago. So, yeah, you wouldn't see anything left to it. This is the reason why I say what's going on Mars. If that happened thousands upon thousands of years ago, there'd be nothing left on that surface to talk about. The results point to the ways in which Earth might remain unvisited in the midst of an inhabited galaxy. Finally, we consider how our results can be combined with the finite horizon for evidence of previous settlements on Earth's geologic record. Using our steady state model, we constrain the probabilities for an Earth visit by settling civilization before a given time horizon, the researchers wrote. A scientific study led by astrophysicist Adam Frank at the University of Rochester tackles why we still have not found other intelligent civilization, or aliens. I don't know, I like to call it just civilizations. Let's see. All right. The new paper argues it may be because they have not had enough time to spread across the galaxy, or they have done it. As a result, their interstellar settlements, possibly even here on Earth and its vicinity, have long since disappeared. Well, like I said, I think we might be one of those, what do they call that? I called it like an old neighborhood, and they just lived here for a while. And when I mean a while, we might have been thousands of years and then just moved on, right? The new study recently made available in the preprint server ArcFix, whatever, and yet to be peer-reviewed purposes of theoretical model that considers variables such as the number of potential habitable galaxies. It considers the time it would take civilization to colonize a solar system, ideal planets that are not occupied by living beings, and the recharge time since a civilization would first send a spaceship to explore and then colonize forward. This is how Frank and his colleagues explored the middle ground between a sterile galaxy of life and one full of intelligent civilizations. The new model, which is a blend of theory and simulation, explores the possibility of a barren and brimming galaxy which advanced superintelligent alien civilizations reach out to the stars, becoming interstellar, but without establishing a galactic monopoly on the entire Milky Way. With a plethora of data, the researchers performed simulations that led to three main scenarios. Alien civilizations may have... Okay, we already got that. We don't care about that. Bye-bye. So, yeah, I mean, it's... And again, I just say, no duh. I mean, I think that's absolutely could very well be that, if you look at Antarctica, what do you see? Structures up there. Is it possible thousands of years ago there was somebody else living here? I say yes. Exactly, Mars Leaks. He said our civilization would be lost within 1 million years or so. So, yeah, which is true. Absolutely. I mean, listen, even if it was thousands of years ago, there'd be nothing left here to talk about. If you get the weather still continues on, whether it's dust storms here, the weather, the rain, it erode everything, unless it's pure stainless steel, and even then, everything, nature would pretty much take over. Everything would grow onto everything and pretty much take it down. Eventually, it would just, what was it? What was it? The Earth Without Man? What was that series? Where they showed like it'd break it down for the first 50 years, 100 years, thousands of years, and everything would just crumble and just go to dust, basically. And Mother Nature would take over, and there'd be nothing left to even talk about unless you came here with a giant metal detector. Then you'd be able to see maybe some things underground, but yeah, it'd be almost void of anything. That's why, again, I don't believe what happened to Mars was all that long ago. Leslie Annie said, Chris, life finds a way. Even scientists don't have faith. Yeah, you got that right. David Voigt said, our present conspiracy theories are like the surf waves hitting the shore, some strong, some weak, but a few strike true given time. Yeah, you got that right. Christine Ingram says, when you look, how many people are interested in this stuff? Why do they waste time doctoring these photos? Well, they have a feeling that people are. That's the thing. They know that people are going to start scrutinizing the heck out of these. So they know at some point, you know, they're going to have to do something about it. So this is the reason why I believe that they went back to the old Apollo mission photos and they started doctoring those up. And how do I know that? Is because I've got like second generation photos, or like, Ken Johnston Sr., he's had his photos, he's got them up in the archives online, where you can look at the ones that are out there now, and you can see that they've been messed with even further. So they're literally doing everything they can to make sure that we don't see what's going on, because I don't think they anticipated everybody having like a high-tech computer compared to what was back then, right? If you had this back in the day in the 70s, you were an alien. I mean, you know, to have this kind of memory, you'd have like 2 roomfuls of computer equipment just to make up half or maybe quarter this memory in this phone. So, yeah. So that's, yeah. Like I said, I don't think they anticipated people having like Photoshop and all that stuff. Because even NASA was using things like GIMP back in the day, and now Photoshop. And you could take some of these photos and put them in photo forensics online, and you actually see where it actually will say like either GIMP or Photoshop. But I have a feeling now it's basically done by AI and not by a Photoshop. Kesadu, you said, even if life exists elsewhere in just our solar system, Earth would still be the most biodiverse atmosphere. What we have is special. I agree with you. I mean, to them, maybe their planet, even though we consider this like perfect for us, which it is, well, within reason, but their planet may be the same way. Maybe there's more, not as much oxygen, but more carbon dioxide, and somehow they breathe better on that, and they can't breathe here on Earth. Whatever it may be, and I'm not talking about just in our solar system, it could be exosolar system, where they could actually be, you know, a planet that we would go on and die just breathing one breath of air. We'd die. To them, it'd be like, oh, this is like heaven here, and this is beautiful. So, again, like you're saying, we're pretty much evolved to this planet now, but they still claim that we would be better off on Mars, and our body's more tuned to being on Mars than Earth. Now, of course, I don't think they mean now Mars, because that would be bad. But I mean, as far as the day being longer, because it's 24 hours and 40 minutes, or 39 to be technically. But yeah. P. Ferreira says, think, with Earth's magnetic field failing, the Anunnaki left us a clue, gold shield, if we can figure it out. Yep, pretty much. So they've done with their own atmosphere, right? Yeah, exactly true. Jerry Lehane says, Josh was here an hour ago. Did he disappear? Oh, there he is. Tony Introvert said, fish live underwater only. I don't know. Some of them actually can walk on land. You ever see those ones that walk on land with their fins? I mean, obviously they can't stay out there forever, but they can do it. They can still breathe air, which is really kind of weird and cool at the same time. Yeah, exactly, Mars Lake. He said Earth might be a toxic place for other species, like it would be toxic for us to go to somewhere else. What they think is like, oh man, this is great. You guys ought to live here. You go in there, you die instantly, you know. So. Christine Ingram says it's wrong keeping everything hidden and flying to us. Before they send man out to these planets, they need to discover the gravity problem. Yeah, pretty much. Kyle, he said that's why people that have been abducted see people that look like us, which are the Anunnaki besides the gray extraterrestrials. Oops. All right, let me see here. Kyle, you said the galaxy and the universe is full of life. I think it is. And they, you know, like I said, if you look at the Fermi paradox, they're still trying to figure out how come we haven't seen them if they're supposed to be so abundant. But just because we haven't seen them doesn't mean they're not they're not there, right? And like I said, I think it's a lot more populated if you go out to the outer parts of the universe, because again, life would have started there, evolved there, got more technologically advanced there thousands and millions of years ago, as opposed to where we are now. Well, like I said, we're like little cavemen trying to figure out and find our way, where these people are so established, they're just probably going, yeah, it's the new kids on the block. They're just stretching their legs. They're trying to figure out what the hell to do. You know, they're trying to, you know, figure out from their head from their, you know, their ass. So, and that's what it comes down to, where they're so, like, you know, so advanced that, you know, we probably wouldn't even understand half of their technology, if not 90% of it. Leslie Ann, you said an ancient test show of wars for Earth. What's so important about Earth is I do know, watch my channel I lived on. He said bases and under Official Secrets Act now. I'm free to divulge. Okay. So everybody bum rush Leslie Ann Warren's channel. I watched a couple of videos you had a while back. Remember you said you were going to start doing these up anyway. And I said once you get started, we'll send some people over there. And like I said, you can still go over there, folks. You know, Leslie Ann Warren. You just look her up there and put her in the search box on YouTube. And then when it comes down to like a little drop down, you can look under the category. Just click on channel. And of course, it'll send you. You can be able to find it right there. Tony Introvert, you said exactly. Anything possible, they found life in extreme places on just, yeah, you got the extremophiles, you know, where they got these things, like I said before, they got these volcanic vents under the oceans where you got these living crustaceans and these other deep sea animals and creatures just kind of floating around, you know, and doesn't seem to bother them any. So, yeah, exactly, Walt Corbin, good question. He said Mars is only toxic and cold now. What about then? Exactly. What about pre-nuclear, if that's what you're talking about? And it's like, yeah, it could have been a lot like Earth. We don't know that. And maybe at this point now, things are starting to grow back. It's kind of like if you look at the Chernobyl, right? You look at Chernobyl where they actually had people go back in there, and they said, yeah, there's some radiation still there, but, you know, we're talking, what, 80 years ago, roughly? So all of the normal creatures are coming back, where you don't have like a three-headed deer and shit like that anymore. Of course, I'm exaggerating. But the trees are starting to grow back. Wildlife's coming back. You know, like I said, everything's going back to normal. And this is 80 odd years ago, give or take. So it's kind of like, why is it so hard to believe, if you look at the time frame now, from when it happened supposedly in 1941, these two explosions, let's do the math. There you go. So, talking 70, 80 years ago. And this is the reason why, oh, it's safe enough to go back there now. Steve Gunn said humans are probably hybrids. Well, we were supposed to be like our DNA was created or messed with to make us what we are today. At least that's in the ancient stories and, you know, the the Anunnaki came down and, you know, changed what the, well, primitive man, to make us what we are today as far as slaves, and of course mining the gold and everything else for their world. So in a sense we are, right? I disappeared. Woo! I only did that so you guys I wouldn't have my face in here, in the screen here, so you guys can see the whole screen. But yeah. Pat Owen, he said, I'd love to drive a Tesla on Mars. Well, here's a weird thing. You know, they were thinking about, I don't know if he threw in a bid to make a lunar rover. You know, think about it. Even the lunar buggy back in the day was all electric. So, you know, obviously you can't have combustion up there unless, of course, it runs somehow like a rocket engine does, where it has equal amounts of fuel to make an engine run, but still it wouldn't make sense. So electric is the way to go. Tony Introvert, Chernobyl animals loving it. Oh no, the Russians are coming. That's why Elon wants to go on Mars, sell Teslas. Well, believe it or not, that'd probably be the only way that's going to be able to go anyway. It's going to be all electric vehicles. So it may not be what you see here, unless, of course, we had a full city, and civilization, everything else, and maybe his boring company could be under there, building tunnels and traveling underground. You're going to have vehicles just like we have here, you know. Indra Cole said, I am certain that the powers that be will have already unlocked gravitation waves, gravitons. Well, yeah, you can bet they've already been working on it. Like I said, they've been working with anti-gravitics back in the day, back in the 40s and 50s. So I think if they haven't gotten it perfected, they're pretty darn close. And I'd have to say they probably have. Yeah, exactly, Kyle. You said, look at the picture behind, Chris. That is us in 100 years. Yep, it'll get there. Can you imagine there's actually probably cities on these planets or even underground? Picture this being underground, okay? And it's literally like that sun, instead of being a sun, it's like a light source. So it like lights up the whole area underground. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? Can you imagine how freaked out you would be if you literally were going underground? Like, I remember a movie, and I don't remember what it's called now. This has been so long ago since I've seen it, where they went into this elevator and they were traveling, kept dropping, kept going down, and then finally you could see like this, like it was see-through. So once they got in the part of the tube that goes down into the city, it was all clear, and you could see the whole darn city like above, like this here, and you were going down. And can you imagine? It's like your hair would like tingle. Seeing something that large underground, you'd be like, oh my God, that would be pretty neat. Explanation, he said, I've been trying to work out for the last 15 minutes what I have done to the screen size as Chris has disappeared. Didn't realize Chris had taken himself off. Yeah, that happens. I hate when that happens. Andrew Cole said, just look at the photos of Nikola Tesla in in his later years. His fleshy cell began to fall, and you tell me what he looked like. Yeah, I mean, he was sad. He had nothing to his name, absolutely nothing. They stole everything from him, pretty much killed him, let nature take its course, right? Basically said he's a fraud and anything else, and that was it. They just stole everything from him. Not that I know of. Danny Diesel, you said, are there any Mars rover photos showing another rover? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, there's landers that show their rovers, some of the rovers that come off their own landers. But as far as a rover showing another rover, no. Unless, of course, you want to count like the new Ingenuity helicopter taking a photo of the Perseverance rover, but that's the extent of it. Great for all these. It's a great question. He said, I wonder just how many alien species are visiting us from outer space and from other dimensions. It's a great question. Wish I had the answer to that. Quesadoo, he said, I saw a doc a while back about how the DNA of wildlife altered after Chernobyl. Yeah, well, and now, because now you had these like birth defects and everything else, and all of these animals that the DNA was messed up, but slowly they'll just, the weak will just die off, and of course wildlife, will, start working its way in, and as long as it's safe, they'll be fine. But I've seen a documentary on that where they were literally all coming back, and I mean, they don't recommend you, like grab an apartment there, but yeah. They said, you can walk around there fine. So, I was always told, I don't know how many of you guys have heard this, but when you had a nuclear fallout, it had to be hundreds of years you can go back. And yet, that doesn't seem to be the case. So, what's the deal with that? Indra Kohli said the whole Dune idea of folding space definitely had some basis to it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, when you just watch Star Trek, they like go into warp and everything else, and they're going into different, they're like jumping, basically. Mimi Reaction said, Chris, there is an anime where exactly the same thing happens. Interesting. Pat still loves his own gasoline powered 1966 Galaxy with a 302. Oh yeah. Still a good motor after all these years. Even the 289 wasn't too bad. Let's see. Joe Oliver says UFOs are really gravity-making machines. You can roll through space, like when you have a bowling ball on a mattress pushed down. On the other end, ball rolls down. The total 180 degree with propulsion. Let me see here. So, NASA's InSight Mars lander bounces back from dust storm, but its days are numbered. InSight may not be able to collect science data beyond this summer thanks to long-term dust buildup on its solar panels. Yeah, look at that. Now, I don't know why they don't have the electrostatic discharge like they did on the other solar-powered rovers, like the Opportunity and the Spirit. I don't know why they didn't do that. Dust has been building up on NASA's InSight Mars lander, as shown by this photo taken by spacecraft's instrument deployment camera. Okay, so the other thing is, too, it makes you wonder, now, when these solar panels open up, they open up, they're round, okay? So it almost makes you wonder if they couldn't put like a, I don't want to, something like a wiper, like you'd find on your car. And I don't mean on that like there. In other words, if they were to fold that thing back up, would there be a way that there'd be like just like a wiper type thing on there? When it does that, it just literally wipes it all off, and then they can reopen it. It just doesn't make sense that you want something to last that long with solar power, but yet you haven't come up with an idea to clean these? You think, you guys really, come on. Do we actually think they're that stupid? I don't see how they can be. You know they're going to think of everything they can. Here's the thing. It's kind of like your car. You know your car depends on gasoline. So if you suddenly get a pinhole in your gas tank, would you continue to drive it like that, knowing that you're going to lose fuel and you're going to run out of gas somewhere and be stuck? No. Common sense would tell you, fix the tank, replace it, whatever. So why would they, knowing that this thing is so delicate and that it literally runs on sunshine, that suddenly, yeah, okay, it's pretty much dead meat. They can't figure a way to clean that. Or they're actually messing with us. It's actually nuclear powered, just like the Rovers. Think about it. It gives you good reason if they go, you know what, we don't want to have the public knowing about this thing anymore, so why don't we just go ahead and play dead with it, but we'll still continue on what we want to do with it. Yeah, it's a good idea. You know, think about it. It's got plenty of room to put a little small nuclear power plant in that thing, and they don't, you know, the solar panels are just for show. Because I don't know why anybody would build such a machine, a high-tech lander, and just go, we just don't know how to get the dust off of it. Heck, even an airline facing out of there with just a burst of air, you know, it has like a little compressor, builds up X amount of air, and then has a relay that just goes, and just lets it blow it off, and that would have worked fine. That would have been fine. You know, you can't tell me they didn't have some kind of common sense. We could think of different ideas to do it, but they couldn't. I don't buy it. Oos, I guess I'm going to call you that. An alien civilization that wants to colonize a planet that would take technology or tools to create that technology. Yeah? Well, that would have to take a technology or tools to create. Yeah, exactly. So it's almost like you're going to have the technology in order to build that technology, right? It's kind of like what I was referring to earlier, like if we were been around for thousands of years, long, long ago, here on Earth, you would have to build up to that because you literally have to figure a way to manufacture tools first, build the tools in order to build technology, build the stuff you want to, and of course then it can in turn, like a 3D printing kind of thing, can build things for you. So it's, you know what I mean? It's kind of that weirdness going on, but yeah. Pete Ferreira said, Putin gonna test fire missiles tomorrow. Does anybody find that strange? I think I find it stupid. I think he's messing with he's kind of jerking around way too much where to some point, United Nations is going to say, we had enough. You know, first time he tries to do anything towards the Ukraine, let's make a parking lot out of it. I mean, you know, I don't know why people continue to do that. These leaders, you know, it's always a fight amongst, you know, a fight somehow, instead of just saying, is there some way we can coexist? I mean, really, is it really that bad? I swear they do it as to put the spotlight on that situation when everything else could be going on around us, but everybody's concentrating on the TV. It's like, I don't do that. I go, whatever happens, happens. Whatever falls, falls. What else can you do about it, right? Leslie Ann, you said, Chris, you are my amazing mentor. You got my memory going and interest and saved my life true from heart. Oh, glad to hear that. But I mean, well, I mean, if you think about it, it's like, it's something that was always inside you anyway, right? So maybe if that's all it took was just to fire it up a little bit, nothing wrong with that, right? I'm glad we could be of help. Let me see. Whitebeard Sky Daddy said it hasn't moved. Which one are you talking about, Whitebeard? You talking about the actual lander itself, or the? Because I know that they had issues with it. They're saying that it's having issues, right? NASA's insight on Mars lander has taken off the effects, has shaken, I'm sorry, off the effects of the dust, and a recent dust storm rather likely allowing the spacecraft to collect science data for a few more months. Only a few more months, huh? InSight went into a protective mode, safe mode rather, on January 7th, temporarily shutting down its instruments after a huge dust storm prevented the solar-powered lander from soaking up enough sunlight. the spacecraft. Now, I don't know about you folks, but again, I'm still having an issue with solar power. Keep in mind, Mars is how much farther from Earth, so how much farther is it in total from Mars? According to them, it's a very dim sunshine, but yet those solar panels are just big enough to be able to capture that power. So either the sun is much stronger on Mars than they're claiming, or it's running a nuclear power plant, and they're just going to say it died off so it can continue to do its scientific studies. That's my take on it. Several weeks after the end of a dust storm on Mars, the solar panels of NASA's InSight lander are producing almost as much power as they did before the storm. Imagine that. It's miraculous. This is probably just a temporary reprieve. However, for InSight, it's losing its battle with dust over the long haul. Indeed, the newly regained power level should let the lander continue science work just until into the summer, the update states. InSight, interior exploration using seismic investigations, geodesy and heat transport, touchdown near Martian, the equator, I was going to say equatorial region, either way, and November 2018 on a mission to help scientists understand the planet's interior structure and composition like never before. The lander has been doing this, excuse me, the lander has been doing this primarily by detecting and characterizing Mars quakes. Funny thing about it is they send it up there with a seismometer, a seismographic, call it what you will, which I find interesting because they're like, again, let's see, we got rid of it. God. Again, InSight's right here. Not from the blasted areas. So somehow, think about this a minute. If you were to land on a planet like Mars, now it's been totally devastated. You think there's nobody on this planet. So you go to it and you can see like destruction everywhere. You see buildings, you see, their transport systems thrown all over the place. You see nothing but devastation on the planet where you landed. What's the first thing you do? Let's make sure that there isn't nobody left on this planet. How about underground? So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to bring a seismograph, bring some seismic equipment. And remember, I played recordings on the live feed where you can hear something. It sounds like it's coming, it's under it, and then going. And these weird noises. It seems like it builds up, gets super loud, then it starts to die off, like something's coming and going. Or like a ting, 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 ting. You kept banging on it. This thing's picking up these sounds. And I think they were trying to find if there's anything underground, because they know there's probably nothing on top of the ground that's alive. So they're probably trying to see if there's any activity underground. Smart people, if you think about it. Dragon City Demo, he said, solar panels seem a bit primitive. There you go. I mean, they moved, like, you went from the Spirit Rover and Opportunity with solar panels. They decided to go to nuclear on the rovers. Why would you not do that on the landers as well? Especially if they're doing scientific studies for you. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know why they would do that. Unless they have done that, and they're just making it look like, hey, it's solar powered, and, so once it dies off, it's junk. Or is that the real case? Is that the case at all? Just like the Ingenuity helicopter, how is that thing? Again, the sun is very dim on Mars compared to Earth. Of course, I don't believe that if you think of a no atmosphere kind of situation, because then the sun would be actually brighter and strong, or at least hotter. Well, you get a lot more radiation anyway. But regardless of that, if it is dimmer like they claim, how is a solar panel this big enough to get that helicopter to go? Because think about it, if you were to charge it, how long is it? First of all, it's only this big, let's call it this big for argument's sake. I don't know how big exactly that solar panel is. It's right above the rotors. Okay, so a couple things you got to take into mind. Okay, so if you got to charge, it's got to be by sun. So wouldn't you have to charge that thing up during the day and fly at night? How long does it take to charge that little battery in that helicopter for it to take flight for X amount of minutes? So wouldn't it have to fly all day and then take off at night? Or does it just wait for one day to charge and then the following day do its mission? That's the only way I can see it could do that. Indra Kohli, so when human feet touch Mars, we will become interesting to the others. Well, that's true too. Imagine how that's going to go. Ariane, going to Mars would be the same as returning home. There you go. Yeah, exactly, Mimi. You said, remember the raindrop sound? Yeah, you can hear like a toom, 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 toom. Remember, it would pick up speed, and then it would stop. What I thought was really funny, and I told you guys this too, they said, oh, and they played the recording. You could actually play the recording. And it said, oh, what you're hearing is the sound of the actual robotic arm that takes the soil samples from the lander. I went, okay, so let me get this right. So we're going to run the seismograph, and we're going to move the arm at the same time we're doing that. Why would you do that? You know these people are not a room full of nitwits. So why would you run both things at the same time, knowing that the littlest thing, I mean, it could creak from the wind, it would set the damn seismograph up. So why would you do that? It makes no darn sense. That's why, yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, there you go, Mimi. Just knock on the door and wait for the Martian to come out. Knock, knock. Pizza delivery. How now, says the pyramids built on every continent were built by off-worlders and were piezoelectric generators built about 25,000 years ago. That is where Nikola Tesla got the idea for wireless electric. Well, here's the thing. You made a great point because supposedly, and I've seen this, there's a documentary about this, how basically just about all, not all, but a lot, the majority of the pyramids were built on the equatorial region or next to the equatorial region of Earth. So that makes kind of sense because if you had that, you can communicate. It's like a communication link like what? Like what Elon Musk is trying to do outside of orbit on Earth. But if you could have linked, electricity or anything of that sort right there in the center of Earth, right? Well, in the equatorial region, you could link that, and it could have been communications as well as power or electricity. You could have done that with ease, right? So, yeah. Exactly, Steve. You said you're talking about the Beagle land. It would work if the last solar panel would have opened. But again, for how long? Now, don't get me wrong. If you look at the Beagle, it was what, in 2003, right? So makes sense. But it's just wild that, again, you've already made the other two rovers, where, again, solar panels. And it didn't work out too well for them. So let's send an InSight lander to do their work. It's almost like a couple things are happening. Like I said, they're either running it nuclear powered and they're just saying it's strictly solar, or it was actually designed only to last for so long because they just want to get a quick reading in the ground, and that would have been it. Done. Squashed. And they don't care at this point. If you're going to want to sit there and listen or watch, meaning through cameras, or vibrations through the seismometer, so on and so forth, you're going to want to keep that thing running as much as possible. You know what I mean? Between the other rovers finding what they're finding, the underground activity, the MRO in orbit, they can put all their puzzle pieces together. They know what's going on in the ground. They know what's going on top of the surface. They know what's going, if there's anything flying, they can pretty much see that. They pretty much can put it all together and know exactly what, and can basically compile all of the data, and they can tell exactly what's going on in that particular area. So, Ari Ann says, they ran out of Windex. Yeah, I hate it when that happens. Somebody go to Walmart. I'm going to go all the way to the bottom here because this thing is... Danny Diesel, I'm sorry. Why are the solar storms affecting Elon satellites and not any of the 6,000? That's my whole point. I was saying that earlier. So you want to have these up there to bring internet, for what? A week? Around the world? Or to places that, remote places? Come on. It doesn't seem right that, again, Elon's not an idiot. They know about all of this radiation out in space and how it could be, you can get these like little mini solar storms, and get these mass ejections and stuff like that. And it'll basically disrupt and singe and basically burn the electronics out of these little satellites. Why would you set it up to do that? So, like I said, I think these things are going to work in both ways, right? They're going to have all these little satellites, like a belt, around the equatorial region of Earth. And I think they work as a multi-purpose. I think it's like, okay, we're going to send this information down. In other words, you'll be able to use the internet anywhere, and it's linked around the world. But on the other side of it, it could be getting like radio signals, like they're receivers from all the way around the Earth, and see if they can get receivers, like signals from all the way around the Earth, like an omnidirectional antenna. That kind of makes sense. They may be multi-purpose, and who knows, maybe this is the reason why they're susceptible to it. I don't know. Just pure speculation, right? This thing just jumped at me. Somebody said Dust X. Joe Oliver, rather. He said, when you look at Mars, you're looking into Earth's future. That's the sad reality of all of this. Well, yes and no. If they're looking out what happened to them, if they did kill themselves off, and if they didn't, then it was somebody else, then this is what they're trying to figure out. Plus get the technology from Mars, and whatever else information they can get, right? So they can avoid that if they can find the answer. But if not, then yeah, we're pretty much screwed. Leslie Ann, you said, what arrogancy that they think there is no intelligent life on Mars and protected by the same, the same ETs that protected from us. Amazing, Nick. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you would think so, but like I said, they know that, but they're playing off. You ever notice, like I said, every time you hear them talk, they're always like, we're trying to find life, outside the solar system. Why would you look any further? Because it's to throw the public off. Well, there's nothing here in our solar system. I hope they find something. It's probably 4 million light years away, but hopefully we'll find something. Whatever. Yeah, come on. But if there is nothing alive other than Earth here in our own civilization, I was going to say civilization, but solar system rather, then it kind of makes sense that they're looking elsewhere. Exosolar system. Kind of makes sense. But let's talk about what's already here and who was here first before we start looking out there. Start explaining that to the public. That would be the first move. You got to tell me exactly the name, man. I could probably just call you Lucifer. Maybe that'll help. Good night, everyone. I'm going to sleep. I'll get up early tomorrow. Well, yeah, you got to work tomorrow? Well, either way, have yourself a good night, good weekend, and just be safe there, right? Good to have you in there, and great to have your comments and everything else, man. Pyramid sun activated machines. Huge energy coming out of the pyramids. Yeah, that's what they claim. They even said that they were, if you want to call them power transmitters, if you will. And they even went as far as to speculate that there might have been, like, if there was spacecraft and they were here thousands of years ago, maybe they would just like be over on top of them, and of course they would fuel up from these pyramids. Don't know how true that is, and to me that's pure speculation anyway. But if that was possible, can you imagine how crazy that is? That would be pretty neat. Tony Introvert, you said, but pyramids made of stone. Well, if you look at the channels that were in them, like some of them faced in different ways to different star constellations, right? They think that, I think I'm trying to remember if it was the main pyramid of Giza. They don't believe it was a burial pyramid because there was no hieroglyphs in there, nothing talking about, this king or queen or whatever it may be. Most likely would have been a king, but they said there's nothing in there to show that. And of course, the main gallery, they believe there was something in there which produced electricity and somehow would radiate through the actual pyramid or come out these ports or these areas that go out from the center of the pyramid out to the outside of it. So, yeah. Pat Owen says Mars, the god of war. That's what all of them called it. Jerry Lahane, you said Mars is black under the thin red dust, so it traps heat. Well, not according to NASA, though. If you think about it, they're saying, well, there's not a whole lot of sunlight to begin with, and it's not always dusty. So it's kind of like here where we have, like in the wintertime, if you have, let's say it's cold and it's 35 degrees Fahrenheit, and you get a cloud cover, well, it'll hold in the heat, right? Makes sense. But if you don't have that much heat to begin with, according to NASA, then it's not going to hold a whole lot. Maybe, like you said, in a good dust storm, it might help a little bit, but wouldn't that just trap out any kind of heat? If it's dark, it kind of, well, I guess it could go either way, depending on how you look at it, right? Lionheart Glassworks, what's going on? Good to see you in there, man. He said, hope everyone is having a great night. Finally made it home. LOL. Glad you made it in. Good to have you in there. Earth grid connected by all the ancient sites. Earth crystalline energy grid. Well, that's what they were saying back in the day, right? Like, again, they were supposed to be all linked up. At least that's what they're saying. And a lot of these obelisks were like transmitters too. Kind of like, again, what Nikola Tesla was trying to do too, right? Well, of course, he made his own metal and everything else. Basically towers. Excuse me. Tony Introvert, you said Total Recall, that the film, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, that was actually a pretty good movie. If I remember correctly, that was Arnold Schwarzenegger too. Well, if that's true, Jerry, because you're saying if it's always dusty, it would be like 100 degrees. But that's not always the case. The way they claim it's like just occasional dust storm. Now, some of them are like planet-wide, right? So that would make sense. But like I said, we've seen where when the InSight lander, we talked about this many times, where the sky was actually blue. First picture it took. And then within a minute or two, it turned red. So we know it's a blue planet. We know it's a blue-skied planet. So what they're telling us is a bunch of crap. Unless somehow there was a motive to make it look blue and then it's really the other way around. I don't know why they would do that. But like I said, even the people that were working for NASA, they're looking at the big screen, they're going, oh yeah, come on. They got the signal saying it landed, systems are working, boom, first picture. And they were like, wow, look at that, the sky's blue. Even they were bugged out. Even they were like thinking, what the hell was that? I just ripped my mic off. I hate it when that happens. They were thinking, oh my God, this look at the sky's blue. They were like, wow, that's just wild. Like they didn't know that. So what's that tell you? So if they didn't know that, that's what makes me believe Try to get this bad boy back on there. That's what makes me believe that there's a PR, meaning public, part of these space agencies, and then there's the black ops above them. They're the ones that knows everything that's going on, and maybe these people that just do the regular work in there believe that they're doing a proper job, and they are. In other words, they're doing their right job that they're supposed to be doing. Because there is a part that a big part of that is, actual studies, and then of course it's passed on to scientists and geologists and all that other good stuff, and then it's passed down to us, yet we get to see the photos, and of course any information they put out to the sites. Now there's the other part of it, probably using the other cameras, because there's 23 cameras I believe on Perseverance, and I believe Curiosity had 17. Okay, again, most of those are for navigation, so on and so forth, but what about other cameras? If it's sitting still, can they use those to also view what's going on around them? Take video clips, send them back, just stills, send them back, and they could be doing that without the other portion of NASA, ESA, and all these other space agencies knowing anything about it. I say yes. Terry Kelling, what's going on? Good to see you in there. You said, why are we so desperate to find life elsewhere? Well, I think we know there's life out there already. And I think what they're doing now, it's kind of like, how can I say this? Well, I was going to go the X-rated way, but I'm not going to do that. It's kind of like when you're first learning to ride a bike and you get, you finally figure it out and you're like, oh my God, you just want to keep doing it. So yeah, that was where that was going, right? Anyway, so it's, if you found one, meaning the stuff on the moon, Mars, you're not going to stop looking. You're going to continue to do so. It's never ending. And I would be the same way. I'd be like, oh my God, we've just seen all of this on the moon. We know it's on Mars now. Clearly there's other civilization out there. Let's go. It's the reason why they want to hit, a lot of the moons in our own solar system. They want to check out every planet in our solar system, which they probably have already. They're just claiming that they're not. Because the military part of that could already done that, right? They have their own military branch, so they can build their own spacecraft, send those out, and then of course there's the regular space programs that you and I get to see every day that are building that, and they're slowly making out with their Saturn V's and the big rockets now, and we're slowly getting there, folks. Don't worry, we'll get there. And in the meantime, these guys are traveling from planet to planet, and like it's no big deal. It's like, Uber? Yeah, I want to go to Jupiter. All right. You know what I mean? So Joe Oliver, he said, going to get a combo with sweet and hot peppers. Oh, man, that sounds good. Large fry, large shake. This live chat is great. Love you all. But thank Mr. Chris is number one. Good night. All right, Joe, thanks for being here. I appreciate your comments, too, man. Have yourself a good meal. Because, I'll be like, oh, yeah, when I'm done with this live feed, I'll be munching out, too. So, no doubt. But thanks for being here, and have yourself a good weekend there, right? If you haven't checked out the newest video, check that out. Good shit. Even I was blown away, folks. Really, really cool. Pete Ferreri said, Bosnian scientists say their pyramid is still giving off power. There's another one, too. Was it, what ocean was that in? It was supposed to be like, now I don't know if this was some kind of farce or some BS, but I know there was supposed to be one that was in the ocean, and it wouldn't surprise me because the oceans were much higher back in the day, that this thing was in, Kesh was lower, too, in some places, and then now it's higher. But there's one that's supposed to be giving off energy underwater. And I heard that years ago, so I don't know if that's even true or if it's a bunch of crap. Right? Let me see. No, hold on. Mimi Reaction said, Christopher Dunn writes in his book, The Pyramids is made to generate energy. I know, I was watching him. He was on Ancient Aliens. And he was that, machinist and stuff like that. And, pretty good at what, he's talking about the, besides the pyramids, I think it was at Pumapunku as well, and they were talking about the different angles of the blocks and all this other stuff, and you had to use angle grinders in some of these things, had to use this, had to use that. Really, really cool. L. Ron Hubbard said there's a moon station. There's a moon station 33. Huh. Yeah, I know he's a Scientologist. He said, L.R. Hubbard, Scientologist, associate the moon with number. Oh, really? Interesting. Terry Kelly, thank you very much for your support. Always a continuing supporter of the channel. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Let me see. Talking about, Josh D said, talking about blown away, just saw news, something about house block 20 miles away from me and the wind ripped the roof off the whole block. Oh my God, that ain't good. That's not good at all. Hope everybody's fine there. Tim Houston said, what about life here? I think there's undiscovered and unappreciated life here on Earth. I agree with you. We haven't even checked out everything there is to check out in the bottom of the oceans. We only did like a small amount. However, is it possible, even though we can't get to the very depth of some of these oceans, is it possible some of these ground penetrating radar or these other radar systems can see what's at the floor of at the deepest ocean, so they don't actually have to do it? So that's a very good possibility. And now, of course, they've been using these for years to check out the Amazon jungles, to see what's beneath the Earth, meaning Terra, see what's under there, and they're finding all kinds of structures and everything else. A lot of the Mayans, of course. But that's the way they're doing it now. So much high-tech version of having to dig yourself, or having to dive into deepest waters, and so on and so forth. And they can do it so much quicker. Mr. Seven Digit, what's going on? Said Puma Punku is a pretty wild sight. It is. And I find it hard to believe, if you go back thousands of years ago, they're sitting there with, tick, 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 with little hammers and chisels made out of brass, or not even hammers, but rocks, and they put that together. These things are like laser cuts. You know what I mean? I was just watching a documentary, and we were just talking about this as far as Egypt and stuff, where you can see what looks like these grinding marks in the sides of these large stones. I'm going, really? Now, they claim that they probably had like giant saws. They were probably like these giant discs. And of course, they would run it through that. And it had it was basically manpower. They were just driving these things. It was able to do that. But when we look at these fine cuts, he says some of them were so fine you could almost cut your finger on them. Really? Hammers and chisels, huh? Yeah, okay. Not even hammers and chisels, rocks and chisels. And rather crude at that. Yeah, I don't believe that for a moment. And some of them is almost as, what was that, not just granite, but what was it the other one, almost as hard as diamond. And yet they did this to these rocks. Okay. Kev Mack, what's happening, brother? He said, great video from the old Saul, Chris. Thanks for all of your time and the work on your Mars and Moon outlooks. Well, I appreciate it, Kev. Yeah, that one there, like I said, that one there is probably one of the best ones I've done where, like I've done that same photo in the past, and I found a lot of good stuff in there, but I said, I'm going to rip this one apart. Sometimes you want to go back to these because, you know, a lot of people will say the same thing, that their skills have gotten better where they could dig this stuff out. And so they go back to the older ones, and some of the older ones are dynamic. They're really, really cool stuff. This is the reason why I love going back to some of these old, and I'm glad I did with this one, because this one here was just put on Facebook too. Just recently, that same photo. I said, oh, good idea. I've done this video before. Well, I've done a video about this very photo. So let's go ahead and do it again. And I'm glad I did, because that's probably the most up close and, you know, the most amount of junk laying everywhere. And I still think it looks like you can walk down a road, like you're walking down a road. There's stuff on the left, stuff on the other left side right there, and then some on the right. It looks like there's a roadway that goes through there. And where I said it looked like the either foundation or floor. If you look there, it looks like dirt's there, but it looks like there's rooms, and it's separated underneath that. Like something's caved right in, and you can see what it looked like there were separated rooms. That's really wild. And that one there is probably one of the best ones yet as far as close-up and the amount of stuff that's in that photo, right? That's why I said, guys, spread this stuff. Take it to like Twitter. Take it to all of these places, man. You know, spread the news. People need to find out more about this. You know, I'd love to be able to sit down with like a ton of people and just talk about it. You know, what's really going on. I remember being down in the, down in Alabama when they had the Mars event going on. I went down there, and I showed him the picture of, I think it was India's mom satellite, where I said, well, this is the one they show, and it shows like it's all orangey, kind of red kind of thing. And I said, and this is what it really looks like. And everybody's like, ooh, ah. And I'm like, wow. I said, yeah, it's a lot more different than you think it is. From a distance, it looks that way. It looks reddish. And anybody with a telescope will tell you that. But what if you're up close and you can see a body of water? Because you're a lot closer. You're literally orbiting Earth as opposed to seeing it you're orbiting Mars as opposed to seeing it from Earth. Big difference, right? So if you're up close and you can see these, like the ground, some of the ground that's actually brown, and then of course you can see lakes, so you see blue and stuff like that. I think that's the case, but from a distance, because most of it is like a brownish red, then that's what you're seeing. Get up close to it. It's kind of like here, of course, it's a different reason why we're blue, but then again, if Mars' sky is blue, then it's a lot like Earth, and this is the reason why from a distance you see mostly blue here on this planet, but get up close to it and all of a sudden you start to see the land masses. So you start to see the different colors. It may be just the opposite for Mars. There's a lot less water, but more land, but from a distance it looks like there's no water at all. Turklerin, you said maybe Mars and Earth were on the same time, inhabited parallel, and share human history, and maybe mixed up, and maybe ancient tech has been shared from Mars. That's what I was just saying, the very same thing earlier. Same exact thing. At one time, we coexisted, and we could go back and forth to Mars, maybe through jump room technology, or somehow we flew back and forth, and we could do it with ease. I'm not talking about taking like 8 months to get there, right? So that's a very good possibility. This is the reason why we see a lot of similarities from things here on Earth, and we see them on Mars. Because, like I said, even me, I went, okay, the first time I seen something that anything looked like a vehicle of some sort, like we see here, I went, that's got to be wrong. There's no way that's on there. So I would start from scratch, and every darn time something like that would pop back out. I'm going, what is going on here? That can't be there. And you know, your mind has a problem wrapping it around itself because it's been pre-programmed to say, no, remember what science tells us, it's a cold, dark, barren planet, nothing there to see but dust. And this is the reason why everybody's going to Mars, because they just want to see a dusty planet. Sure. Now they want to stake claim on it. That's why everybody's going. They probably said, listen, it's a free-for-all. Everybody can get there, mark off their territory, have at it. But which would be a real bad thing, because guess what's going to happen in the future? Everybody's going to go up there, they're going to put their own little civilizations on there, and then they're going to war with each other. Because they'll run out of resources in their area, and we want yours. Doesn't that sound familiar? Doesn't it actually sound familiar? Oh, that's right, Earth. Actually, this was the photo right here. I think was it this one? No, wasn't that one either. Yeah, this is it right here. This is India's photo right here. Like I said, once I enhance this, notice the emblem down here. It only got darker blue and darker orange, where Mars changed dramatically. Now, this is by doing auto, contrast, color, so on and so forth, through Photoshop. And all I do is just make it darker. So I just went and took the brightness and brought it down. That was it. There it is. Look at the difference. Yet their insignia, like I said, in the right-hand corner on the bottom, is totally same color, just darker. So you would think if this Mars changed in color so drastically, so wouldn't their insignia. That's not the case. So what I think is this was put in after, obviously, because it's a photo, and then they put in their own insignia. So that's why that changed so drastically, but this is the real color as far as their insignia. That's why they didn't change. This, on the other hand, is false, and this is the reason why Photoshop seen that. There it is again. And I think this was, Phobos. There's that photo there. That's one we showed before. Well, this is a while back, rather. And we got that there. So, let me see. And of course, this is the very first photo from Insight. And that's right from the actual video. I screen grabbed it. That's the very first photo to come out. So somebody's full of crap when they say it's a red planet. Now, they do say, no, it's not always red because there's not always storms, which makes sense. But like I said, it wasn't soon after, like a minute or two later. Oh, wait a minute, we were wrong. It's actually all red. Sorry. Our bad. Mr. Seven Did, you said there's evidence all over the world of advanced machinery in our ancient past. Seems like there was a super civilization that had a lot of fun with the alien technology. Or where are we just descendants of this ancient civilization? Could very well be. Of course, I still think we're more of a, if we want to put it in a funny way, like we are the Martians, but there's a lot of scientists that are saying quite that, or just that. They're saying that we might have been from Mars originally, if you go by the theory of panspermia itself, which makes a lot of sense. We might have, like I said, we started off as microbial, you know, it's blasted off of Mars, made its way to Earth. They have found some rocks from Mars in Antarctica, and it could have started life here, and there we are. So this is the reason why we're more in tune with Mars than we are here. So maybe that's the reason. Darren, what's going on? He said, hi, Chris. What do you think about the original Viking photo showing a blue sky? Well, it's kind of like this one here where it shows a blue sky. I think it's actually accurate. I think it really is. I've seen those very ones too, Darren. And like I said, to me, the you know, this is the accuracy, this is the correct accuracy of the actual color of the sky. I think that's actually right. And like I said, I think the guy in the front with the headset, he's probably going, guys, sky's blue, change filters, please change filters. And you know, he was probably doing that because all of a sudden, like I said, it wasn't a minute or two later, it changed to red. Ricardo, thank you very much for your support, sir. Always appreciated. He said, just a quick message to say, most interesting comments in chat tonight from everyone. And something for the NASA boys to clean their Rover solar panels. Oh, there you go. That was nice of you. I'm sure they'd appreciate that because they sure in heck can't figure that out. So I appreciate you. Yeah, that's awesome. Appreciate you, Ricardo. Leslie Ann, you said, no, I don't believe that we are ancestry on Mars. I don't know. It's starting to look that way. I'm not saying it is per se. I'm not meaning like hard evidence kind of thing. But I wouldn't dismiss the idea, not by a long shot. Again, there has to be a reason why we're seeing a lot of things on Mars that look just like here on Earth. What would be the connection? Maybe you have an idea? I don't know. Danny Diesel says it's Photoshop because it has to be. Yeah, exactly. It's on the internet, so it's got to be true. Yeah, I mean, but it just goes to show you, all they do is, here's the thing, guys. Listen, the Curiosity rover, when you look at the, I don't know if it's the Molly cam. I think it's the Molly cam. Now that I think I was trying to think of that earlier. On the actual tool head itself, on the end of the arm, the turret arm, it literally has an actual red filter. It does this. It opens and closes. It literally opens and closes like this. Most of the time it's up. So they probably said, drop the filter, and boom, closed it, and there you go. Not 2 minutes later, that's what it showed, this crap here. What does that tell you? Tim Hughes says, Mars has a reddish tint in the sky. I think there's always dust flying, to be truthful with you, just not what they claim to be. Like this, all these little specks on this screen, I don't think that's real at all. I don't think that's true. I think they put it on there because think about this. Your camera, take any camera you want, put it like this, your regular phone camera or regular camera, put a little speck of dust in there. What's going to happen? It's going to throw off the focus on anything on the background or beyond that dust. So what does that tell you? If there's anything in the background they don't want you to see, doesn't matter. It's going to be out of focus. It's not going to be right. And then all of a sudden, I want to know how they get the dust off of these things. They said, well, it was on the lens. Okay, we'll go with that. Well, how did it go from the red sky to blue and these specks are still there? Think about that a minute. See if they don't bake your noodle a little bit. Mars the Second Genesis says, hi guys, what's going on, Mars? Good to see you in there. Walt Corbin says we need to think beyond the third dimension. Exactly. Ariane says that is why a Caucasian, the age of 60, looks like an old man or woman. We are not indigenous to Earth. The Earth's gravity is stronger and is hard on our bodies. That's a fact. That is absolutely a fact. Hey Ian, what's going on? I appreciate your support, brother. He said, Chris, your work is incredible and you have brought a real special community together. Thank you. Well, no, thank you. You are the community. I mean, you know, like I said, I'm just glad to have you guys, to be honest with you. I never thought that this channel would grow the way it does. I'd love to have more people in here because I know there's more people because this is the reason why they're watching the channel. I'd love to have more people inside here talking with us too because we all learn something, including myself. I don't know it all. So we all learn something new. So I love the idea of that. So, like I said, you guys are the community, and I'm just glad to have you. Really am. And like I said, the support is like outrageous. It's awesome. You know, that's how you can tell. It's one thing to say, you know, and if nobody says anything like, hey, great work you're doing, or, you know, you're doing okay. You know, because that's support to me. You know, when nobody says something like that, you go, okay, clearly you're not doing something right. I mean, there's something wrong there. But when you got people saying, man, fantastic job, you know, there's some people that check these photos out themselves and say, Chris, I came up with the same thing you did. That's even cooler because it's confirming, you know, for them anyway, and they're saying, oh, wow, I'm pulling out the same thing he has. That's awesome. Or maybe slightly different, depending on how, you know, you're bringing this stuff out. But most of the time, people go, yeah, I did the same thing, and I'll be damned. Sometimes people find extra stuff that I didn't find. I'm like, cool. I love the idea that people have taken this and ran with it. Again, Ian, I appreciate your support. Leslie Ann, you as well. Thank you very much. I do appreciate you. Got the kissing pair there. Just going, that's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Danny Diesel says Mars never got rid of their, I'm going to call it Covey, but sure they did. We got it. Oh. Let me see. Mars form. What's going on? You said, I think at least one of the civilization on Mars was human. See, yeah, I mean, it makes you wonder, like I said, was Earth first? Think about this. Let's say, for argument's sake, purely speculative, if we were like a binary planet, meaning, well, we'll just say coexisting planets, and was it Mars first or was it Earth first? And we decided from Mars to go to Earth and, you know, of course, civilization or vice versa. And I'm talking about thousands of years ago, not what we're trying to do now. Because like I said, there's so many things that remind me when I see these pictures of like mechanical things, electronic things, because it looks like you can see what looks like wires and sometimes, and maybe it's bent steel, whatever it may be. And when you see these things, you go, why does everything look like it's stuff we're seeing here on Earth? How is this possible? Now, I heard somebody go, well, maybe it's Earth. Okay. They still have some explaining to do. Will they? Probably not. I don't believe that's the case. I think that's actually Mars. And, you know, they're just hoping that, like I said, we're how many strong on this channel? How many people are on the planet? That's the difference. So you're like a small percentage of the whole civilization on Earth where, like I said, if you were to show somebody a photo, like I think I've got these over here. I was trying to sort these out. This is that one where I had, let's see if I can find this. You won't be able to see it that clearly because it is, well, you won't see it at all. How's that? But this is the photo of, I said, it looked like that Jeep on that hillside. What looked like I said the smoking gun. It looked like some kind of weird vehicle. And then after going through it more, looks like there's more than one in that crater wall. And it looked like everything was sliding down the wall. And that, of course, was in the Opportunity photo. Ariane says, maybe the Garden of Eden was on Mars. Some people have speculated that too. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know, but... Josh D says, first Mars, then Earth. Well, I mean, which is kind of weird, because like I said, we are more tuned, our bodies are more in tune with Mars, so that's why I said, is it possible Mars was first, and of course, then we went to Earth, and, you know, we decided to, and they do say, at least NASA does, say that Mars was a lot like Earth. Picture almost two Earths. It would make sense if they were pretty much the same, you know, maybe within oxygen, and I'm talking back then now, this is before the catastrophic event, where is it possible that it was a lot like Earth in many, many ways, not just, because they said it was a, I don't think there was any continents, there was just a like large body of water, and then of course you just had a landmass. But is it possible that they had all of this going on, and on Earth too? And this is the reason why we're seeing similarities to the things. Could very well be. And like I said, I don't believe it was all that long ago. I thought about that, Long Island, New York. He said, Chris, you should consider broadening your content and to maybe include putting out clips of you talking about all space news to attract wider. Yeah, I thought of that too. That's why every now and then, well, even on here, we'll talk about some space news here just on the live feed itself, right? But I get what you're saying, yeah. Josh D said, that is why Mars adjusted, seems Mars was habitable, before Earth. Well, that's what I'm thinking. It kind of points that way. Now, I don't know if that's entirely true, but it seems like it's pointed that way. But like I said, when you start off with this here, when you start off with that, and then suddenly jump, I was literally watching this when it happened. I was like, are you serious right now? Yeah, crazy. This one here, this is the one I was telling you about. When you've seen this video before, you can see these right here, these little spacecraft and stuff like that. 2022 could be the turning point in the study of UFOs. Ooh, can you just hear it now? Everybody who's and ahs and yeah. Interest in UFOs continues to grow, both among scientists and government officials. Can you hear that? It smells like desensitizing, or major BS. In 2021, there was an upsurge in peculiar sightings reported thanks to people with smartphones and other video gear that captured these strange glimmers in the sky. And what's weird about it is they're talking about it like, yeah, you know, the public's finally catching up kind of thing, because they're finally using their little cameras and their stuff to try to, you know, get these photos. It's kind of nice. It's cute. It's almost like they're just saying like there's, well, what they kind of are, but a space, like a separate identity to the human race. Like, yeah, it's about time, basically, you know, the human race is kind of using their cameras now, and they're starting, there's an uptick in these videos, and it's just like, what? Yeah. Ricardo Petrozzi said, I agree, you could edit out some of these sections from the live hang and post those on shorts. Yeah, we could do that too. Yeah. We're always thinking of different ways to, like, you know, try to change it up a little bit. So, yeah, we got those in the works too to try to get more people in, because it's like, you know, it's frustrating. It's cool to have the amount of people you got looking at it, right, at the videos. But you want more. You want more people to see this, because I don't think the average person is aware of this, that what's going on. And I think a lot of people would, like, be totally interested. In other words, let's say you talk to a buddy of yours who never thought of this stuff in a million years. And then, suddenly you brought it to his attention, or her attention. And they went, wow, that's interesting. I'd love to see more. So, you know, it's something they probably would have never thought of. And then all of a sudden, boom, you spring it on them, or they just, you know, just happen to come across it. And there you go. Bush Corey said, with the virus, well, the virus bullocks and lockdowns and all that BS. Depression gets his grips on me, but every Friday watching Chris and you all in great convos digs me out of the hole, yeah. So thank you all. Well, like I said, it's cool to be able to do that anyway, right? To be able to just get, whether it's this BS going on, all of this frustrating crap going on in the world, it's nice to be able to make the escape. This is the reason why, again, that's why I set up the Discord. So people, if you're just kind of bored and you're just chilling there, you want to talk about things that are going on, go to the Discord. There's, like I said, there's like 56 people on there so far. Let's get the numbers up on that, and people can go back in there and they can have conversations and what's going on and how they feel about it. And, you can have conversations up there when during the week when it's complete trash. And who knows, there'll be more conversations and more questions come up or more comments. I'm going to try to jump in there more often as well. In fact, I might even jump in Discord tomorrow live. I tried it the other day. Well, it wasn't the other day. It was, I think it was last week. I got on there and it was kind of reversed on my screen. It's like everything's on the main screen here that I'm going to show you. My recording software is up there. It's the opposite in the other one. So I'm like, so I'm trying to, okay, I'm going to have to work it from up that screen. So even if I just go in there and we just converse, even if we go up there and just converse and stuff like that, and just like we're doing now, it'd be, because you can share photos up there where you can't do it here, right? So, let me just tell her real quick. So, what the cool thing about that is we can actually share your photos up there. So this is what I'm going to try to do, is even if whether we make it, like I might pop in tomorrow, and then the rest of the time I might make it during the week. We'll make it like in the middle of the week, so it's like kind of breaks up the week. That would be pretty cool. What do you guys think of that idea? Because the cool thing about that is I can literally, at some point, I can even have some people live on with me, and but for the most part, it'd be like, we can share photos, we can discuss that particular photo you drop, whatever it may be. That would be pretty cool. But I wanted to set that up because, again, you guys are like awesome. You know what I'm saying? And I would love to have you guys be able to have another out, because I don't think, it's like me, I don't get enough of this sometimes. I want to get more photos, I want to get more knowledge, I want to suck up more of this, right? Let me see. So that's why I wanted to do that for you guys, because this way there's another outlet, basically. Let me see. Danny Diesel says, I want my money back, NASA. Yeah. Steve Gonery said, I see 130 watching. I think it's like 137. You guys haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so. Let's try to stretch it to the 200. Let's get up to the 200 mark, right? Yeah, I'm willing to listen, you guys got, ideas, drop them. Let's see what we can do. Like I said, I think it's another cool idea because not only did I want to have, like I said, with the Discord, not only did I want to have another place for people to converse during the rest of the week, but I also wanted to start, jumping on there as well. And like I said, you guys can just pop a picture on there. Let's say we're conversing. You pop a question and we can sit there and talk about it. So it's really cool to be able to do that too. More interaction. I like that. Christine Ingram, he said, NASA will never come clean, even if there was ships sitting in the skies in every country over an important building in daylight. They would say someone was faking the sightings by using trick cameras. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. That's swamp gas, people. Don't worry about it. You know that would exactly what would happen. You know as well as I do. It's exactly what they would do. Say, I don't know what you guys are saying. We ain't saying that. No, you know what you'd see? You'd see a bunch of aircraft and planes going after it. All right. The leader of the Anunnaki gods was Dragon Tiamat of fallen angels. It seems like there's bits and pieces that, like where you say the leader of the Anunnaki gods was Dragon Tiamat, fallen angels. A little rusty on that one there. I have to start getting the dust out. Oh, have to start thinking of that. Ian, you said y'all should watch Linda Moulton Howe's channel Earth Files too. I like her work, but like I said, like most of these people out there, most of these people have been in this for so long, they're just kind of embellishing now. And every now and then they'll bring up a little tidbit and then add to their story so they can keep perpetuating, keep going. You know what I mean? Which is okay if it's real information and not just, you know, stuff to just throw out there and make it look good. Just to, you know, keep making books and everything else. That's not cool. I don't think that's a cool way to do that. Ian says there are civilizations super close to us in our galactic neighborhood. I believe you're right. I think there's life right here in our own solar system. And this is the reason why they go, well, there can't be UFOs. I mean, they'd have to travel a great distance. Hello? What great distance? They're right here in our own darn backyard. Let me see if this is too loud for this. Let me see. Probably will be. So let me see if I can't do this. Because it actually gets pretty darn loud. And I got to turn way down this volume on here.
Roger. That's troubleshooting. Did you box moving target? No, I took an auto track. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, dude. Wow, look at that, man. Look at it fly. Dude, this is a fucking drone, bro. There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude. That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not. That is the LNS, dude. Well, if there's like... Look at that thing! It's rotating.
Doesn't seem to be any sound at that point, but you can see these, unless it comes back on, which will probably blow the speakers right off the counter here. But let me see here. I'm going to drop the link like Ricardo suggested. We'll do that. I'm going to invite you guys onto this. Let's see. I don't know why it keeps doing this, but we're going to do that instead. Okay. Here is the link to the Discord. You guys can jump on there. Check that out. Just dropped it. Like I said, there's about 56 of us up there right now, which is cool. Oh yeah, life science. Sound like it's indigestion. That didn't sound too good at all, did it? Yeah, so of course they have this new program. They're trying to, you know, our national security efforts rely on aerial supremacy, and these phenomena present a challenge to our dominance over the air. They may be in the way to a certain degree, but they're not hindering them, other than trying to figure out whose it is, which I think it's right here, Earth-born, if you will, or built. But if I'm wrong, that's fine. UAP spotting gear. Check that out. Imagine that. It shouldn't be. I just literally put that on there. Let me see. I'll check it again. Ricardo says the invite is actually, this one here says this link will never expire. So let me do this. Okay. Let me see if this works. We can try this again. Whoop, not that way. Let me see. I don't know why that did that, but okay. All right, let's see here. Let me do this. All right. Back into this because somehow that went flaky on me, but all right. Let me see. Hello? Hey, I'm not sure what the deal is here. Let me do this again. For some reason, YouTube's going retarded on me. Let's see what happens here. Why is YouTube having a problem loading here on this other computer? Let me see. Oh, is it working now, Ricardo? Let me see. I gotta go back to here. I don't know why YouTube's being stupid here, but it is. It just like wouldn't load. All of a sudden, bam! It just came right on. Okay, so let's do this. Get back into the chat here. Well, at least watching what you guys are seeing here. Oh, okay, works fine. Okay. All right. Renee V said, cool, Chris, thanks for all of the beautiful and also all of the beautiful people on chat. Great channel. Well, like I said, I love the idea of, because you guys are like I am. I love to like talk anything space, anything to do with it, you know, whether it be UAPs. Like I said, there's a lot of people on there that already jumped on there, started sharing photos, which is great. And you can have a nice community up there. We got a moderator up there, and plus it's filtered as well. So you'll get people up there once in a while, but we'll pounce on them. So, you know, I haven't seen anybody any other than that other guy, the Blair fan, basically is a butt wipe instead. But he wasn't being stupid. It wasn't being wrong, and a lot, you know, meaning he wasn't being attacking anybody other than saying, oh, I can't believe you believe this and blah, 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 which is fine. It's not being belligerent. It's not being anything wrong. But like I said, if you're going to come up with a debate, you better have your own, you know, proof as well. And people will say, well, the proof is on you because you're saying that NASA is actually, you know, censoring these photos. Well, I think I've proven that more than once. And I even said in that video, you know, I mentioned his name, and I even told him up on the Discord that he needs to actually, you know, that he needs to not just send me to a site, but actually, you know, prove it himself. Well, you know, show me what he's got. Oh, you know, but just like you're making the claim that they did it, so you got to come up with it. I have. I don't have to prove it any more than that. Leslie Ann, you said, Chris, do you think Tic Tacs was full of BS? I'm on the fence about it, but for me, I just go, It's like they don't seem to, other than saying they're flying around with impunity, they don't seem to be really sweating it, other than they're claiming that they're trying to figure out what is going on. So, meaning, where are they coming from? Are they otherworldly or are they from here? At least that's what they're saying. We're trying to figure it out. But if it's yours, let's say it's your craft and you're the United States or China, whoever it is, you wouldn't be worried about it. You'd be like, yeah, we're just going to make it look good. Make it look like we're all over this trying to figure this out. I believe if it's ours, this is the actual fake invasion, alien invasion. They've been talking about this for a while. I think we're seeing it now. Archie, what's going on? Salute. What is happening? AM PM, good to see you in there. He said, Doug Vaught posted a great video this week, a new paradigm for the united theory of fundamental forces. Huh. Have to check that out. Let's see. Ariane, I agree with you. You said the pilot's voices were so annoying. This is what I didn't understand about the video. Now, maybe you guys caught this too. They're not going, oh my God, what is this? Yeah, we, you know, they would like playing around. Oh, that looks like an effing drone and all this other crap. Did you hear that part of it? So, and then he says, oh, there's a whole bunch of them in this. Check the, what do you call it? And I think there's some kind of radar type thing they have. And they were going back and forth about it. I'm going, why do they sound like they're just having a good time? Oh, wow, look at that. I got it too. And I'm locked into it. I'm going, what is this, like romper room? I'd be like, hey, guys, yeah, I got this thing on, you know, I'd be totally serious. Yeah, what's up with that? What is this thing? I don't know. Let's pursue it. Nothing. I got it on tracking. So this thing was auto-tracking it. And I'm going, okay, how long can you auto-track that thing for starters? It looks like it was just going across the ocean and just tracking this thing. Unless it's a 360 degree tracking, I don't know how it could do that. But I'm sure there's technology they have that can do that. Like, in other words, like the AWAC planes where they literally have like a, some of them have like, you ever see the ones that have the lasers, they can turn 360, and of course, they probably have, you know, cameras and stuff like that, high def cameras, which I know they have those. But yeah. So yeah, it'd be pretty wild. Oh, okay, we're already talking about Daiho Foundation is the channel name. Caution, Daiho Foundation videos are pretty intense viewing. Huh, okay. Tim Houston said the UFO phenomenon is so varied, there isn't likely to be one explanation. Oh, I know. It's like, you ever notice there's always like this gray area? Well, it could be, we're not sure, blah, blah, blah. There's never anything definitive. You ever notice that? Nothing. It's just, in other words, it just keep you scratching your head, trying to figure out what's going on. Keep you, you know, some people in a, oh, what's going on? What's happening? I hope they save us. The governments. MG Toe said, look around, people. We are in a bigger depression since the 1930s. People have been homeless now for 15 years, and it's getting worse. Yeah. Yep. I see that all the time. You see these videos on YouTube. You can look at, like, California. Like when you look at Rodeo Drive, like 2 blocks away from Rodeo, you can see all of these tent cities, all of these people living. Now, some of them are by choice, which I was really blown away. They said there's like doctors, nurses, and all these other people that are high-end lawyers living in the car. They're living in tents. And I'm going, why? Because it's too damn expensive to live there. It's outrageous. And they said they jumped them up like one, I forget what one place was. It was like $1,200 for rent. And like the following month, they said, by the way, the rent's going up to $3,000. How does anybody do that? How do you do that? You're going to run out of people to rent your place. That's all there is to it. Nobody's going to be able to afford that. And I better get some intimate loving for that kind of money every day of the week, or every day of the month, by the way, too, for that kind of money. What, are you kidding me? Tim Houston said, portraying UAPs as a threat is so American. Well, I think a lot of people did that. They automatically assume everything's a threat. I don't care what country. I've heard other countries talking about the same thing where they're saying, oh, yeah, we got to check it out, what's going on. And I'm going, why do they make the assumption that everything is bad? Again, okay, they're flying, like I said, their exact words, they're flying around our military bases with impunity or flying around, okay? And they've done what? How many bases or installations have they blown to pieces? How many times did they shoot a plane down? Did they sink a warship? I think it's absolutely frickin' zero at this point. So this is the reason why I don't believe the fear or the hype. I don't believe it. Unless something happened like Independence Day, I'm not sweating it. And even if it was otherworldly, again, they're not threatening us. They're just probably out to say, hey, we're here. And by the way, there's nothing you can do about it, so no big deal. But we're not here as a threat. Because clearly they would have done something threatening a long time ago. And they have not. So what's that tell you? That's why I would not worry about it. I'm not into that fear-mongering crap anyway. Okay. So that's why I don't get all worked up about it, because I think it's a bunch of BS. I think it's ours. And even if it's not the Americans, and that's fine too. It could be China's, it could be anybody's. I don't care, but they're not a threat as far as I've seen. And I don't believe anybody here has heard anything about this Tic Tac going over there and destroying a base or doing something against a human being. Has anybody heard that? Then I wouldn't sweat it. Again, I think it's ours, and they're just going, I just want to prove, whatever country's letting this thing out, they're just going, I just want to show the world that we can do whatever the hell we want in your country and look at it whatever we want, and you can't say a darn thing about it. That's what it comes down to. We get the technology. Clearly, you don't. That's what they're coming down with. William Johns said, some places in California are millionaires only. That's a fact. It's just terrible to see people like that, you know, the ones that actually can't afford it or get kicked out of their house and they're living in the streets. That's crazy. Tell you what, if I won the big lottery, and I'm not talking about $1 million, I'm talking about a big lottery, like 660 mil, I'd be giving to people. You know what I mean? I'd be helping people out left and right. That's not fair. It's not right that a human being should be living out in the streets, unless, of course, it's their choice. Like some people want to live out in the forest or out in somewhere where it's totally desolate, which I wouldn't care to do either. To just be away from the hustle and bustle and all the BS. Danny Diesel says, intelligence suggests governments lie. Oh, that's a fact. D. Tubman says, we have 10 cities under waterway bridges in Missouri. Yeah, I mean, they're cropping up everywhere, even my home state. Same thing. And what they try to do is, here's the funny part, mayors, all these people, try to push them out. Or you could, with the money that you're making, and well, I should say ripping off the people in the cities with the high bills and everything else, how about you just renovate some of these buildings or just give them like a giant parking lot to actually have their own tent cities. And I'm talking about huge parking lots, like from old malls or something like that are no longer working or doing anything. Or just have them occupy the space inside the malls. Who gives a crap? They're not doing anything with them anyway. There's like 2 or 3 floors of these darn, you know, these malls. Why not just let the people run rampant in them? What are they going to do to them? That they haven't, you know, I mean, of course you'd have to police them, but at least, meaning they don't destroy the place. But it beats having the doors closed and these people out in the elements. Pat, help me out, Chris, when you win. I'm telling you, I wouldn't care to. But see, I know people, no word of a lie. Some people that go out until they go to the horse tracks and they win big money. I said, let me know when you're done with that horseshoe so I can shove it up my ass. You know what I mean? Because apparently you got all the luck, I've got none. Like I always make the joke, I said, you could give me the winning lottery ticket right here in my hand personally, and it would literally go bad. That's just the luck I have. So, you know, of course the old saying goes, you know, you got to play to win. But I have, and it's like, you might win your money back. Ooh, boy, joyous. I don't, you know, I do it every now and then, just kind of get a couple tickets just for, you know, but that's pretty much it. MG Toe said, people need jobs, period. Well, there's plenty of jobs out here. And I know there's a lot of jobs. In fact, I think we were talking about this. They had it on the news where there was, I'm trying to remember, there was a guy that was from America and one woman was from, I want to say Syria, but I could be wrong. But anyway, she spoke really good English. And these people literally, this one guy went out and he looked for like, he was online, and then he was out making out, well, he's filling out job apps, doing all kinds of things online to get these jobs. 60 jobs that he filled out applications and, you know, resumes for, right? And there was like 2 jobs that got back to him, and they wanted him to do something totally different than what he applied for. And it was something just weird. It was just something, and the girl was the same way. He said, yeah, and then when I did call them back, they didn't hire me. I'm like, well, that's stupid. If these employees are looking for jobs, or looking for employees rather, then hire them. You know what I mean? If you can't find workers, teach these people. They're not stupid. I just find it really ridiculous. What's going on there, Alfie Joe Bob? Good to see you in there. I guess you were talking about the link. You said I tapped the link that Chris posted takes you there. Indeed it does. You like that, Ricardo, huh? Best line of the night. Well, I mean, it's like, my buddy's like, I always tell him he's got more money than brains, right? He literally just go out, oh yeah, dude, I just took about $800 to the track, come out with 8,000. I'm like, dude, what is up with you? I need it, like, rub off on me or something. I mean, good God. But he's lost money there too, of course. But I've seen back in the day, literally, and I'm sure you've heard of this yourselves, where some of these people literally go there with a pink slip to their car, their house, their deed to their house, and put it up and literally, you know, whatever. I want to put it on this dog or this horse. Lose it all instantly. I'm going, are you stoned? Oh my God. I just don't understand it. Sure, why not, Danny? You say, can I take my mask off to use my free government-issued crack pipe? Yeah, why not? Is that the most ridiculous thing you ever heard, too? Seriously? So, let's condone it. I still can't understand the logic to it. I just don't. It's like, well, you know, it's like these people, and I get it. Listen, I understand. A lot of people say, well, you know, drugs are addiction. I get all that. But then some people are going, well, it doesn't matter. You know, even if I get to the point where I OD, you know, they'll bring over the Narcan and I'll be fine. I'm going, okay, but will you learn the lesson after the first time? I remember hearing there was one guy that was on the news. I think he had died 4 times. Excuse me. 4 times. Okay, let me get this right. So you pretty much OD these 4 times, brought back with the Narcan. At what point do you learn your lesson? I mean, seriously. I wouldn't give it to him anymore. I mean, I know people are going to go, oh, that's evil. Is it? Apparently they got a death wish to begin with. It's one thing, you know, like you're depressed. Somehow maybe you lost a parent and somehow you got hooked on this. I get that. You know, it's not easy. Some people just do that. But if you literally were brought back, I'd be praising God that I had a second chance. No, what do? Let's go get friggin' high again and OD again. How about just get high enough just to get high, and that's pretty much it. I just don't understand how people can do that. Now, there are situations where people try it and they get it just to forget about it. I get that. But once you've been brought back, and some counties in some of these states are doing this, where they're going, okay, you don't get the freebie this time. What you do this time is you literally go get, you know, we bring you to a drug center so you can, you know, rehab yourself and get straightened out. And that thing is the best policy. If you're going to use money, use it to rehabilitate these people. You know what I mean? You know, you don't just keep doing it until you kill yourself over and over and over again. That's like, that doesn't make sense. Bush Corey, if I chucked a fiver in the air, it would come down as a summons. I like that. That's pretty good. That was pretty good. MT Toy said businesses get money from the government to advertise for jobs, but in reality, there are no jobs. Well, like I said, I know I can go down the road here and get 2 or 3 of them. Now, because they're always dying for workers. Because, in fact, here's a good example: Subway. There's one in my area. They have to close half the days because they don't have enough people to work. Why? There's people out there, but they've been riding the unemployment train for so long that they're going, as long as they continue it on, I'm just going to stay on it. Okay. So, you know, they were fine in the very beginning before they start to get this additional bonus. So in other words, let's say for argument, I'm going to throw a number. You're getting $300 for unemployment because you either got, you know, laid off or whatever, or your company closed. So you're getting $300 a month. Okay. So let's say for argument's sake, okay, so you're making enough to actually pay your bills. You know, $300 a week, that's only $1,200 a month. And some people go, are you insane? My rent's like ridiculously high. But apparently these people were living in their means at the time, to be able to hold their apartment and everything else. So maybe it wasn't a very expensive apartment or whatever. But, you know, they should have been, then we went to $600 extra. So, you know, if you're making $300 for your unemployment, then $600, you're making bank every single week, or, you know, was it, some of them were getting every 2 weeks, depending on where you're at. So, all right, so if it's $900 a week, okay, you know, just do the math. So you go, okay, what? Even every 2 weeks, it's like $1,800, $3,600 a week, a month. What? What are these people doing? I knew people would like buying used cars, just blowing their money. Wow. How about banking it? So when this wave finally dies, you can pay your bill still if you don't find a job. So now what they're trying to do is just say, okay, we're going to cut it off. And that's what they should have done a long time ago. People have gotten too relaxed on just sitting home doing absolutely nothing. And I don't think it's fair, because a lot of businesses are closing and folding because of this. And it's, you know, and it's not good for you and I, because you want to go to a place, oh, wait a minute, it closed down, it's no longer in business. Or you need something, can't do that either. So it becomes a problem. You guys, I'm stoned, me too. Ricardo, he said, gambling is a serious addiction and may need professional help to break the habit. That's true. And I know people that are like good friends of mine, they go, listen, I go there just to have fun. So in other words, they'll go in there with like $25. You know, if they can afford to do it, why not, right? They go, listen, I throw it in the machine. If I win, I win. If I don't, I don't give a shit. That's the way, and that's the way you should have that attitude. See, what they do is they hope that, I don't know if it's rigged where you can win, like when the first few machines that you play, you know, whether it's, you know, slots or whatever it may be. So you win, and of course people get the fever, and they want to continue to come back. I can make the big score. I know I can. I'm going, oh my God. Best policy, they'll get wrapped up with it. It's a bunch of crap. P. Ferreira says, we're given the right by the government not to wear a mask. Think about it. The government just stole the personal freedom right from you. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what all this uproar is with all the truckers too, right? Where they're saying we had enough. And I was on this forum where the people are arguing with you. Oh, you know, it's because of the unvaccinated. Oh, it's because of the vaccinated. It's because of this and that. I'm going, wait a minute. Do people understand what this is really about? It has nothing to do with the virus. It has to do with your rights, man. You take one right away, they'll work at the others. How about the right to bear arms? We'll take that from you next. How about this and how about that? You know, next thing you know, you don't have any rights. It's not about the virus or the vaccine. It has nothing to do with that. It's about simply, you know, your rights. Pat says, I'm horrible at gambling. That's why I don't. Long Island, New York. So why is it that when I smoke DMT, you see aliens? Say, well, man, I'm seeing Aztec temples. Oh, wait a minute. MG Joe said, the United States is the only, what just jumped at me here, is the only country that I've seen where people work so hard. Yep, and get paid jack shit for it. It is good for the people in the United States to rest for a while, and it was a good idea to have a good cleanup and disinfectant. Well, yeah, but I mean, people, like I said, I would do the same thing to a certain degree. Think about it. If, you know, but I was in, you know, like, what do they call that? I forget what they call that, where it was, it's like, you know, what the heck do they call it? It's kind of like the hospitals and stuff like that, where you were like needed and stuff like that, where I was part of that system because we were like selling goods and everything else. But regardless of that, it's kind of like, you know, if I was laid off, then I would do the same thing. You know, I'd be like, okay, so I'm getting X amount of dollars a week, and what? You're going to do what? You're going to give me $600 more? Hell yeah. I'll sit back and I'll just bank. But the difference with me is I would have been banking it. That's the difference. And like you said, I agree with you. There's a lot of people who need a rest because they're burned out, especially the people who have been working through this goofy pandemic and everything else, where they're worn out. I mean, I was beat up. I mean, it was bad. I mean, you were working like almost every day of the week for like X amount of time. It just was never ending. And I didn't care to do it because it actually helps the public, right? So, which I don't have a problem with. Let me see. Let me do it that way. So, I don't have a problem with that, but I think people have gotten too relaxed and they're just chilling and eating off the fat cow, the cash cow, if you know what I mean. It's like, okay, time to get back to work. Ralph Franco, what's going on? You say, hey, Chris, somehow they have been calling me, telling me that I have my resume applications in that, put it in last week or whatever. Seriously, from city jobs to post office jobs to the mailman. Huh. I'm not sure, Hypersonic Mars Project. I'm not sure. He said, did anyone notice the gas cap looking object imaged by Perseverance Sol 353? Wondering what it could be. I'm not sure if I've seen that, truthfully. Ralph Franco, you said we have a big homeless population problem here too. They had a bunch of tents at the park, and the cops in nearby the city cleaned it out, and everywhere over Albuquerque, and lots of the jobs here, many. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's something wrong with the system. It's not working. But what's really funny is a lot of jobs where they I don't know about you folks, but I know they've been happening around here, and I know it's been happening all over the United States. You could literally go work for, you know, like McDonald's, and they went from like $9 to like $12, $11. Then they just jumped up to doing anything to get people in, and yet people still didn't want to work. Why? Because I could sit home and do nothing and get big money. Why would I want to work? But like I said, a lot of people are using this. Did you guys just see the statistics that just came out? They said during this pandemic, there was a lot more overdoses. Imagine that. Wonder why. Because they're blowing it on stupid shit. They're blowing it on drugs. Seriously? Can people be a little bit more... Can they use a little more restraint? Save the money. You never know when you're going to need it. If it's a gift, in a sense, well, I don't know if it is truly a gift because you basically have to pay that back, so that's not a good thing. But if you don't, even so if you don't, what difference does it make? Put the money in the bank. You're going to need it in the future. So if they cut you off, you're good to go. James Craig, and there you are. What's going on? You said, hi, Chris and everyone tonight. I am very late tonight, but I couldn't wait to get here with the fantastic people. Chris, your vids this week are fantastic. I appreciate it, James, and I appreciate your support as always. Big supporter of the channel, like so many of you. So I appreciate you. Yep. Folks, James is not MIA anymore. We found him. He found his way. Explanation, you said a few non-believing and unawakened people on the Discord site. Well, we'll check that out. Ricardo said, I'm so going to get absorbed in that Discord server. Sweet. Patson, I'm overdosing on weed. You're pretty much safe with that. Just don't get into meth. Yeah, I'll post a link again. Anybody wants to jump on the Discord. There it is again, because I know Ricardo was just talking to Bush Corey. So there's a link again if you guys want to jump up there. Liberal conservative doesn't matter to me. Neither wants to disclose the alien truth when they get in power. Exactly. They talk a big talk, right? But they don't do a thing about it. There you go. Danny Diesel said, yeah, scratch and sniff politicians. Pretty much. Pat, if Trump was so great, as everyone says, then why didn't he stop the chemtrails? Oh, it's above him. That's above him. Government does whatever the hell. He's a puppet. Well, the president. I don't care who's in office. The president is a puppet. That's all they are. They're just a PR puppet. When they say, oh, by the way, I demand to know what's going on with these UFO stuff. Buddy, you're not in a position. Shut your pie hole. You know, we're the DOT, or the DOD rather. Yeah, DOT too. We'll run you over with a truck. We're the DOD. You have no say in this. We're well above you. Just do your little presidenting crap and get it over with. Just do your little stuff. Leslie, Chris, I'm going to set Discord on its ears. Oh, God. Now, let's all be nice. Ralph Franco said, hey, Chris, Ralph, thank you for the awesome conversation and time. Did you give us? Yep, we're one big family, and hello to the whole crew out there that's watching with us. God bless everybody. Oh, right back at you there, Ralph. Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's good to be able to have, like I said, this conversation on Friday. But some people want more than that. And people because I'd heard you guys say this before, you say, man, I wish this lasted longer. Or, I wish we could do this more than once a week. And we can do that. Like I said, I may start doing the Discord on Wednesdays to break up the week. If you guys think that's a cool idea, we may do that. You know what I mean? Do that in the earlier evening if we can. But I know a lot of you guys work until 3-ish. So I'm trying to figure out a good time to be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? James, thanks again, brother. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate your support again. You said, Chris, I was delighted that you said in one of the great vids this week that there is no denying that this evidence in front of us all is undeniable. Yeah, I mean, there's just no way around it. I mean, it's one thing to see, like I said, one thing that kind of looks intelligent, and you go, I'm on the fence about that. When you're literally looking at a whole field of stuff, how do you ignore that? And some people still will. I'm not saying any of you folks, but I'm saying as far as people come along, they're rocks. Okay, whatever. Oh, I know you are, Leslie Ann. I'm messing with you. He said, I'm a lovely lady, Chris. I'm part of your family. Love you. I love you all. Oh, I know you are. I know you're just teasing. I am too. Sky Blue, what's going on? You said the obfuscation on the side of the cliff in your latest vid was so obvious, but the surrounding anomalies were awesome. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much to see in there. Like I said, it's one thing to see one thing and kind of go, I'm questioning it, I'm not sure, I'm on the fence, but there's just no way around that. It's just so obvious, it's literally slaps you in the face. And like I said, the only way I could describe it is if it was to take you and just to put you right smack dab in a war-torn city, that literally the buildings around you just kind of just fell into the street. That's what it looks like to me. Because like I described, there's one pile of stuff on the left-hand side, or it'd be, well, the way you guys look at it, be on the far left, there's stuff coming down, then you get this far mountain, and then you get the one closer. It looks like there's a roadway going into it. And it looks like everything's collapsed down, like you would be in a war-torn city. It looks like it got bombed. And that's exactly what it looks like to me. Just crazy stuff. Leslie Ann, you said, Chris, you don't know how much you saved my life from PTSD. Well, I mean, yeah, if it gets your mind off, certain things, and it helps, you know what I mean? So I'm glad to help, and of course these guys are a big help as well. All the other folks here in the chat room, because it's not just me. I'm not the sole person here, right? So and the fact that you're here is awesome. So it kind of helps you, and you've done it. You just say, I'm just going to join this thing every Friday. So now, like I said, now you have another outlet you can go up to and talk and stuff like that, and share. You can see the categories we have up there, where it be Moon, Mars. You can put photos up in there. You can have just a regular conspiracy chat or a general chat. It could be about anything. So yeah, and like I said, we just keep a tight ship up there and just be cool with it, and and I think everybody will be fine. And like I said, it's another outlet for people to be able to go other than just getting together on a Friday night. Where like if I go live on there, people can share a photo. We can actually look at this and go, hey, check that out. You know what I mean? So, which you can't do here, which sucks. You know what I mean? So that's that's cool. And that's why I said, I had that actually set up, believe it or not. Okay, I was just going to say I was going to say, okay. I'm just talking to the wife, don't mind me. People are going, is he talking to himself? I like the idea because if I was, I was going to say if it was one of you, I'd love it even more. But I love it anyway because I can literally make the videos, stop in there, even if we're just an hour. You know what I mean? It'd be cool. And if you guys want to help out the channel, you can do that too. I got the PayPal link up there, because it gives you more of an outlet. And if you feel like you want to throw a couple dollars for a cup of coffee, it's always appreciated. You guys know that. So yeah. Pat Owen says, hey Chris and all friends in the chat, good night, and I'll see you all next time. Yeah, we're going to be doing the same thing anyway. What is it, 7:52? Yeah, we've been on here for 4 hours. 4 hours, guys. It didn't even feel like 4 hours. It's crazy. Well, like I said, here we go. We're getting on there, folks. There's 19.8 there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so now we got, what is it, 67? 66? Yeah. We got about 66 people in there. Yeah, jump right on there, folks. Check it out. Like I said, we get the general chat, and you can see like there's a lot of stuff here. I like the broken sync thing. That's good. Conspiracy, of course. Moon chat. Yeah, if you guys see anybody that's being rude or ignorant to you or somebody else, when you find folks, just leave a message up there, and we'll jump on and take care of it. You know what I'm saying? So, because we don't want to see anybody mistreated. It ain't going to happen. You know what I mean? I've always said this about my own channel. There's people on there, and somebody starts attacking one of you guys in the comment section, like on YouTube, go right after them, just kick them off. Just throw them off like a dead fly. I'm not going to tolerate that. That happens on other channels. That ain't going to happen here. Like I said, I do have a moderator on here. And there's also a bot on here too that will actually, if there's like multiple swearing and stuff like that, it'll warn you and then throw you off. So yeah, just awesome. But I think we're gonna jump on off this bad boy. Bad boy. Oh, let's see. Let's do it that way. What do you guys think? Oh yeah. Oh, well, looks like it's another time, folks. We're just gonna jump on off this bad whamma jamma. Call it a night, call it a weekend. But like I said, I may jump in there tomorrow, maybe around noonish, give or take. We'll see what happens, at least Eastern time. We'll have to see what happens. I may do that just to go in there and just kind of mess around with it, get a little more acclimated to it. So, we'll do that. So I'm glad a lot of you fine folks are jumping up there. Like I said, it gives you just a little bit more time during the week. You want to chit chat or whatever, just having a conversation or whatever you want to do, you can do that. If you're going to share like, anomalies and stuff like that, just make sure it's in the right category so that people can actually, all the people that are waiting for stuff like that will actually be able to see it too and be like, oh, this is great. So yeah, do that. But anyway, as always, folks, I appreciate you all. Much love to everybody here, and I truly mean that. The fact that like I said, the support is overwhelming. It doesn't matter which it is. Again, it does help out the channel. Like James just hit it again. I just happened to go like that. I seen something go like that on the screen. So again, James, thank you, appreciate you. He said, okay, Chris, and everyone tonight, I love being here. I love being with you all, and my honest pleasure to be part of this great family. Take care and be safe, my friends. Oh yeah. And I know a lot of you guys are gonna be like, okay, who's gonna be the last one on tonight? I see that last time. You guys are a trip. I love that. It's pretty funny. Dog Creek, I'll just go ahead and drop the link again right there, just below your comment. If anybody wants to jump on in and join it, you're more than welcome to. And like I said, just, I know you guys, I ain't worried about you guys, but just, keep an eye on each other. You see anybody attacking somebody, just, either message me or whatever, and, we'll take care of it because there's no need for that. It's okay to have, well, actually it's not, because you would think that most people who want to be on this is going to be the person who says, yeah, I'm pretty much like-minded as anybody else, so why would anybody argue with anybody, right? So, but sometimes people disagree, and I don't have a problem with that. But the only problem I have with it is, like, they'll just say, basically they're like little kids are like, well, that's what I think and that's it. And you can't prove to me otherwise. Well, that's a weak argument, you know what I mean? And don't do that. That's just wrong. I'm not talking about you folks, because obviously you're the same as I am. But I'm saying, listen to my cat. She's a trip. She'll do that every time after she's done eating. Look that up on there. I'm going, okay, so let me get this right. If you look at it, it says, why your cat howls or meows loudly after eating? Either they like the food, they hate the food, or there's something wrong with them. I went, okay, there's nothing wrong with her at the moment, although she's very old. But she's been doing this for a while. And I went, so does she hate the food or like the food? Whatever. And it's like you can't get a straight answer off of it. But, yeah. But anyway, like I said, I'm going to let everybody go. Like I said, I appreciate all the support. You guys are awesome. Like I said, I love every one of you guys. You guys are great. I love sharing the time with you guys. Now we have another outlet to be able to do the same thing. So, like I said, just check back maybe tomorrow. Like I said, I might be up there and just kind of shoot the breeze with you guys and just get acclimated to. Like I said, it's different on the screens here. It's kind of weird. So, I'll probably be tripping up on there anyway. I'll be like, how does this work again? Oh, there it is. No, I mean, I know how to get on there. But it's like I said, it's opposite on my screens, which is really weird. But so basically, I have to put all the tabs up there instead of down here. It's just weird. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, I'm going to let everybody go. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate every one of you, all your comments and questions. You guys are awesome. And like I said, just watch out for the new videos coming out. We're going to try to crank out some more of these. And like I said, I like visiting the old ones too, because you just don't know what you're going to find in these. Like that one here, I just posted before the live feed. Really, really cool stuff, right? Spread the word, man. Get these things out. Get out to social media or whatever. And if you had to go on other channels, I've seen other people do this. They're like, go to other channels, right? It has to do with Mars and tell them to go on this channel. I'm like, what? I think they'll find their way if they put Mars in the search bar. You know what I mean? That's kind of a sneaky way of doing it. But they'll find their way if they want to. I'm not worried about it. But it helps. So I'm going to let everybody go. Thank you all for being here. Great weekend, or start to the weekend. I hope everybody has a good weekend and don't get involved with too much, what's the word I want to use? Because I'm going to start this crap here too, I think. Well, not crap, I shouldn't say that. I'm all for it. They're thinking that the truck drivers are going to start this down here on March 1st down at the White House. I don't know if that's true or not. If it does, just a little word of advice. You may want to do a little bit more shopping than you typically do, because you're going to find more holes on the shelves if they decide to strike as well. It's like a strike, right? They're just not going to do anything until their voices are heard, and I don't blame them, and I'm all for them. Like I said, it's about time they just stop this tyranny kind of thing and this BS going on where it's infringing on your rights. F them all. You know what I mean? Bull. But the downside of it is you and I will suffer at the store. So that's why I said just buy a few more extra things you normally do and just kind of stock up a little bit just to be on the safe side. So the things you love the most, you'll still have in case it disappears on the shelf. But that's pretty much it. So, but like I said, just a little word of advice, a little tidbit. And we're going to jump off of here. And again, what time is it? It's just about 8 o'clock Eastern time here. So we'll leave it on for another 10 minutes, let you guys do your thing, and just chat up a little bit more before we jump off. So anyway, everybody have a good night. Have a good weekend. Be safe. Love you all. Talk to you soon. Peace.